Alright, and hello. We're here again with some more Ace Attorney. Give me one moment. I had to do some stuff before the stream, so give me a second. One sec. Let me just do something real quick. But yeah, looking forward to like, how to say, where we go with this. I think we'll probably finish this game tomorrow. Probably, like, it should be enough time. I don't think it'll be like a 2-day long trial. It probably won't take all of tomorrow at least. We'll see. But yeah, I'm not gonna. At least I don't have to feel like I have to push it to like finish it. I guess, like with like say, the other trials that went on for like 8 hours, 7 hours. Yeah. Especially since I guess because like this one is like I've been able to like split it over because it's one whole long trial, so I'm able to split it over instead of like having it be neatly with like one per. That makes sense. Like neatly with one per thing. So yeah, like one case like locked into one stream, or like don't have mix and match cases in different streams. If that makes sense. But yeah, give me 1 second. But yeah, after this we'll start AI the Somnium Files. Think about next week. May as well. I'm just thinking of next week, and it's like AI the Somnium Files, end row, and maybe starting something besides. Because end row should only take one more stream. One more stream, maybe, I think. Something like that. If I don't delay it. Should be fine. So yeah. 1 second, almost done. And 1 sec. Alright. Alright, we go again. Let's go. Let's continue on with where we left off. We had like, yeah, we're now playing as Mikotaba, Sazato's father. And we have to find Jigoku before, so that he's not pronounced like, oh, he's dead. So it'll just make our case worse with Van Zeeks. So, because like, yeah, it turns out Kazuma was on the boat, but he didn't kill anyone. So, we'll have to see. Also, I really like this BGM they use for like Sholmes. I want to find the BGMs that I really like to put in the playlist. Like I was thinking of like doing that for this stream. Sorry, I mean for last drawing stream. But like I wanted to avoid spoilers for this game, so I said, you know what, yeah, I'm not gonna look for like the OST for this game until after I finish the game. So I don't get spoiled or anything. Hey there, welcome. Yeah, we just started. I'm just doing something real quick before we start. But yeah, okay, cool, should be fine. Alright, let's go. Let's try and find Jigoku. I don't know, like either I don't know if they'll go in the direction where Jigoku is like working alongside to get Van Zeeks indicated or not. Like I don't know. I don't think the game is gonna go with that angle where Jigoku is intentionally doing something wrong. Maybe I feel like they're gonna go with the angle where Jigoku was like led, hey Jigoku, can you leave the country for a bit? It's like, sure, fine, whatever you say. We'll see. But yeah, we need to find a way to distract this guard then. The switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crewmen wouldn't be able to see what we were doing. Leave it alone. No, I think not. That would never work, surely. I need to conduct another distraction. This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman with potentially with this somehow. How? No, I think not. Yeah, because like we got like, well, in game of course, 30 minutes, to like try and find Jigoku before it turns out like before it gets worse for Van Zeeks. This would appear to be an alarm bell. Oh, hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. No, I think not. That would never work, surely. Do we just choose? Or do we just try a bunch? Not a first-class cabin, yet its door is completely unguarded. Empty as well. I had a quick look inside earlier. Though, I confess, I didn't investigate the wardrobe. Right. There may very well be a young Japanese fellow inside, perspiring merrily. If you're referring to Naruhodo, you know very well that while he's currently perspiring merrily in court. Does it not strike you, though, Mikotaba? Why the man stands guard only in front of this cabin when both are apparently vacant? All right, let's try the silly solution. Maybe the mousetrap. Maybe the mousetrap. Let's try the mousetrap. Maybe the most weirdest solution is the solution. Snap. Choo-choo. That sounds like a big mouse and trap. Choo-choo. I will bring bucket of water later and put out of misery. I don't like the sound of that. In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese might make a chew sound. Oh really, Sholmes? And pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make? PP, naturally, though also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. So go ahead, Mikotaba, do a PP this time. No thank you, I'm sure I can come up with an alternate solution. I think like, the crew will know, but I guess if it's like, if we just look quickly. Let's try the lights then. Throw for content. Ha! Ah! What is happening? Where is light? Now, Sholmes, now! Fun. Click. Nobody there. That was a close shave. Quite a knack you have, stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor. Do be quiet, Sholmes. I shall have to think of another approach. Alright, fine. It really is the loudest salute. Oh wait, there's this stuff as well. That's speaking tube for members of the crew to communicate with one another on the ship. If I could just persuade our stocky sailor friend, I need to use it. Sholmes could unlock the door whilst he was distracted. The question is, how? That's the way back to the deck, but we certainly can't give up on this now. Oops. Okay, yeah, then it has to be the alarm then. And then he goes away to like talk to the... It's the alarm then. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You! What are you doing? If you were at sea, that'd be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganov, report at once. Sorry, sir. Nothing to report. It's just a stupid trick. No, not by me. By world fame. No. As I told you. Now, Sholmes, now. Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotaba. In we go. Oh, yes. And then we just lock it. So he can't come in, I guess. 3rd November, SS Grouse, first class cabin. Alright, yeah, so this is where... Oh, hey there, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hey there. Hope you're doing well. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Yeah, I'm doing alright, yeah, thanks. These clothes on the floor there, they're Shishiro's without question. Well, it seems we are just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that birdie crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. Alright. He blocked off the speaking tube. There's a speaking tube here, look. Though it's been stopped with some cloth. So the voice of the crewman on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Very close to 1k. Yeah, it's getting there, it's getting there. It's getting there. It's nice to finally get over that hurdle. It'll take time, but it gets there over time. But yeah, it's nice to finally reach it. Or indeed, so that the voice in the cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Oh, okay, it goes 2 ways. Could something have happened in here that was for no one's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. Ha! That's really become a favourite case of yours, hasn't it? Why is the sign? The wall is slightly a different colour here. Do you see? Indeed, what you observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief? Now there's a bold deduction wherever you're a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Oh, is it hiding something? These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are several severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and/or travel cases. Ha! They had to make the rule for Naruhodo. It's like that thing where like whenever you see like a weird rule or warning, you just know like something weird happened at one point in the past. They finally learned, pretty much. Yeah, I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact they're not straight on the wall? Does that strike you? Doesn't that strike you? Yeah, like I can't remember examples, but like there's like some rules like that just seem so absurd. Like, yeah, no, someone must have done this at least once. You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know why I always say, Mikotaba? There is nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. I guess we come back to that later. Check his suitcase. Or trunk, rather. A sizable trunk indeed. His share was partial to all things large. Ah, and a rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you think, but still a hindrance to speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different though. Sadly, it has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all combinations at present. Probably not important, maybe. He left some war. To the bin. This is a waste paper basket. Look, and there's still rubbish inside. Indeed. Let's pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of other people's other waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Ha! Yeah, gotta scrounge around for the bits of money, I guess. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before you arrived in London, then. And I was still aboard myself. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck. Ah yes, that was an evacuation drill. I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. was a very welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Oh, that's the opportunity. That's the opportunity for overstuff to go down with Kazuma, Gregson, and all that stuff. Yeah. Incident court record. We can't look. We don't have access to court record as we are right now, I think. I don't think we can. How about the war? One sec. One sec. It'll probably take like, I don't know, 5 minutes or so. BRB. Sorry. I have to do something real quick. Sorry. BRB. Sorry, how long was that? Sorry. I just had like some stuff to do, help with. I might have to go BRB again, but sorry. I just have to help. I just have to help with some stuff. Yeah. All right. One sec. All right. See here, how it is something wrong, Shums? Suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotaba, ice. What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that this steamship is equivalent electric... Oh, yeah. I did say that, yeah. I did say last stream that. What if Gregson was killed on the boat and then was, like, kept cold on the ship? So, or, like, preserved, I guess. So that could be that. Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce such as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotaba, the sight of you is making my mouth water. Ha! I haven't taken on the flavor of food I ate, you know. Ha! Alright, Crabbrain, listen, Ice is back with a brand new invention. Ha! Some salt in the water. I mean, to be fair, it's funny, like, to think, like, yeah, back in the day, ice was a luxury. Like, it's funny to think of that. Now it's like a normal thing. It's like, it's just water. It's not special. It's water. Unless you get, like, there is, like, you know, those bougie ice with, like, you know, like when you have those, like, shapers that make, like, ice into, like, spheres. And that's just like bougie as heck. Well, not bougie. It's more like in a club, I guess. Or like shaped ice. You are still here. Ah, Abel Seaman Stroganov. Hello again. I was beginning to think that you'd never materialize. Eh? You are waiting for me? Of course. I was expecting you to burst into hearty Russian profanities far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of a trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It's all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off. Now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Skillmate issue, mate. Skillmate. Skill issue, mate. Ha! Why, naturally, the debunking of your deceit and the barring of the truth. Kakoi? Chicken, get in the fridge. Ha! I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left the vessel. Oh, he's still here. Or is he in the freezer? Is he dead? Nah. I don't know. Ah. Let me put the volume up for myself. If it sounds too low, the BGM, let me know as well. And for another, my dear Stroganov. You know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you... Alright, he's probably not dead. Good gracious, Sholmes. You mean you worked it out, all of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more. Okay, so we get another dance of deduction. But what is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Oh, okay, this is... Time is of the essence. Oh, no games? So what, is he gonna go serious right from the bat? Like, no more jokes. Just like go on with it, Sholmes. Mr. Stroganov, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. Oh, this BGM is cool. I need to find the BGMs I really like for this game and put in the playlist. Also, just for my own casual listening. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. Duh, that is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. Also, what's it called? I can't use Mikotaba for the thumbnail because it's a spoiler that Mikotaba is important. Like, from the first game, it just seems like, oh, he's a side character. Even for most of this game, you see this Mikotaba as a side character. But it turns out he is Sholmes' OG partner. Just use Sholmes in the crewmate. Ha. Now I'm gonna use for the last stream. I'm gonna use that family photo picture with like Sholmes, Iris, Naruhodo, and Susato from the last game. I'm gonna use that as the thumbnail to cap things off. News 2, Mikotaba, then please do take the lead. Mikotaba look more Western than Sholmes. Ha! Can we edit Zeke's in? Just put him on the side. I'll see what I can do. I'll see if I can. I would like to put Zeke's for the final thumbnail as well. I can't put Kazuma because showing Kazuma for Ace Attorney 2 Resolve is a spoiler in of itself. So, what's it called? So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll try to fit Zeke's in, but like it's gonna look funny. Like, by all means, I'm in there, and then Zeke's is there. Between Naruhodo and Susato takedown. Ha. I mean, this picture I'm gonna use for the thumbnail, but I was thinking how I'm gonna put Zeke's in there because this one is from the last game, but it seems cute just to use for this game. Let me see. Is this? Let me get it. I'm gonna use this photo for the thumbnail. But like, I just put what? Zeke's here. I'm gonna use that photo for the thumbnail. I want to use it for the thumbnail. It's like for the finale. It ends up being the finale, but yeah. Zeke's is secretly 2 people in a trench coat. Ha! It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes. Not free. Why? Of course it has. Quite. Oh yeah. Also, yeah. Because Taba does have his own like portrait art as well. We saw that for the second case, but I guess I just dismissed it as like, yeah, he's our assistant for this case, so it makes sense why he's like that. No, we did see. No, he wasn't wearing this either. He was in like his normal clothes, wasn't he? Now, also, it's like he's meant. I think it's like he's meant to look like Watson. Like he looks like Wilson in his outfit as well. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. Okay, yeah, no, we're not having, Mr. Sholmes, we're not having Sholmes mess around this time. He's literally being like, okay, my partner, come in. Nothing important was lost. That's the thing, like, who is Wilson? I mean, Wilson is obviously Mikotaba's friend, but it's like, okay, cool. Thankfully, Iris's dad is still alive. What is that circular monstrosity in front of your ear you call a haircut? Ha!
Take that!
Wilson's the first character in Don't Starve. Ha! Oh, literally dance. Damn. Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Built different. It appeared that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind out of the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. He's using a dangerous weapon. Sick moves. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Yoshiro run from us? Well, cheers. Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that the first class cabin of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Jigoku accommodated on your voyage from Japan? Ah, that's right, yeah, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Shishiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said before, there are traces in the cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, as I'm quite sure you would have escaped unnoticed. Something out of place in here. That's the key to this, Mikotaba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotaba. No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. Yeah, this is the rules of passage. Why is it here? It's hiding something.
Take that!
Oh, this is so cool. It's the rules of passage in the frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over there. The shape and size are a perfect match. Duh, you are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations by your reliability. Gee, thanks, Sholmes. Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotaba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? And a bullet wound. That looks a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see. The projectile has been removed. Clearly the careful occupation... Okay, Jigoku sus. Jigoku sus. He's hiding a bullet hole. He's sus now. He's like super sus. Clearly the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. Jigoku has a gun. Either that or he's complicit in Gregson's murder. Maybe. He could be an accomplice in Gregson's murder. Seems normal if you ask me. Ha! Ha! I have the distinct impression that you've attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. Ugh. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikotaba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. And I am quite sure you've seen it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it. So I'm to glare the fellow from all sides. I can certainly do that. I mean, it's probably the Sholmes marking. He's been told, like, yeah, be careful of this man. Be careful of the man named Sholmes.
Take that!
Oops. Okay, it's not. Mikotaba, no games now were my words, were they not? Come, Sholmes. Where's the fun in life of little fooling around? Okay, it's really cool seeing Sholmes just go full serious. Quite right you are. That was a close shave. I'd better rethink that before I'm the fool here. It's cool seeing Sholmes just go full serious. Like, yeah, it's pretty much showing that Sholmes has been like, he's literally just messing around during the deduction games just to get Naruhodo to think for himself. Now, say he doesn't need to come into it. At least humans are all the same. Ask yourself, what can spur a man to do bidding of another about whom he knows precious little? There's only one thing in the whole world with such repugnant, bottomless power. Oh, money. Don't carry away, Sholmes. Is it money? Oh, money.
Take that!
He's been paid off. It's almost too obvious for words. Quite the universal language of the world. Money. Ah. And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? Gah. So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganov. You know where Jigoku's hiding at this precise moment in time. Just like Ace Attorney. As always, Mikutaba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found a chink in this birdie fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. I love Jigoku just in this room being like, oh shit, oh shit. The slightest flicker of his pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. Recently you're tapping toes to the side, my dear fellow. He's in the trunk. My guy's in the trunk. Oh, he's locked inside the trunk.
Take that!
That's why Sholmes is like, yeah, let's not unlock the code right now. He's also large, like, jeez. You turned to me to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Ah, the truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has breath to take, I fear me running dangerously low in air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. Charleston Tower to discover the man hidden inside its lockbox. Ha! Pretty much. But how can we... Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't even know the 7-digit code. Oh! Oh, that's not Sholmes. That's 5, 6. Oh! Oh, his tattoo. His marking. Opening Jigoku's just dead. Just let him die. That's gonna be bad for us. We can't let him die. Or else fans Jeeks gets indicated. Indicted, rather. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself into that trunk, he must have told someone a 7-digit number for the lock. I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganov. Yeah, it's not Sholmes. It's 5, 6, 3, 1, 0 something. I don't know what that is. This is reaction to Holmes because we're actually smart. Oh no, I really love it. I love it a lot. Oh, it's a 4, it's a 4. Yeah. It's coincidence it looks like Sholmes. I see. But yeah, I love it. Like, it's just Sholmes being like, no time for games. Just don't mess around. I love it. Like, it's literally like, for anyone who doubted Sholmes that he was dumb, it's like, who was still doubting him. Yeah, we knew he was smart since 1-2, but like, just in case anyone didn't know, like, if anyone was just like blissfully unaware, it's like, by this point, surely you can tell. Don't move a muscle, my good man. Huh? What? That's slow motion. Now, Mikotaba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now. We have little time. 5563145. Five, 6. Wait, what? There's no 6. Huh? There's no 6. 5. What? There's no 6. It says 0. 50. I guess so, to hide it. It must be then. 50. 503104. 5031 0 5 3 1 0 or 1 0 3 1 0 3 1 0 3 1 0 4 5.
Take that!
Huh? No, it's refusing to open. Tell me, what number did you use? Well, to begin with, I thought I'd try my Your birthday? Interesting. As of today, that absurd guess. Well, you're dead to me. As measured as every response, Shelms. Wait, what? It's not 0 then. If only you would look the right place, Mikotaba, the answer would be staring at you in the face. The right place? If you're having a spell bother, I always find standing on my head aids the cognitive processes. What? Then what number is this? It's 5 something 31045. It's not a 0. Oh, it's a 2. It's the same way. Oh, it's a 2. It's the same way that I write 2. It's literally the same way that I write the number 2. I write the 2 with that curve. Like, I see. Like that's exactly how I write 2s. That's exactly how I write the number 2. Whoops. Yeah, because most people write the 2 with like. No, I didn't look it up. I had to look this way. I had to look closely, because like most people write 2s straight, but I write 2s with this, and then with like a kind of like curve to it. Not a kind of like circular curve. Are you late to the stream? That's fine. I mean, we're still like partway through. I had to go BRB for like a good 10-15 minutes anyway. So yeah. Although I don't know if the story will make sense to you, because like we're really deep into the game. I don't know if the story will make sense to you. But yeah. But yeah, it's a 2. Okay.
Take that!
Click. All right, get out the trunk, Jigoku. That did it. It's open. You had me to meddle, didn't you? Well, Yujin, you found me now. Shishiro. I was really hoping beyond not to find you here, you know. But you've not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Shelms. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Shelms. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. Like that was in the details, Mikotaba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. My old friend and traveling companion. Your old... What? What's the difference? This is Goku, my old friend and traveling companion. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. Oh, okay, fine. Okay, fine. Just like roast him. Roast him, Sholmes. Roast him. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Shishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. Oh. By the Reaper? Okay, fine, he was trying to be killed. By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. By Kazuma. If it is Kazuma, like... See you in prison, Kazuma. See you in prison. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Like, Kazuma said he didn't kill anyone, though, is the problem. Unless he gets sent to prison for attempted murder. I don't know. We have to see. Because, like... then who killed Gregson, then? If it wasn't Kazuma, and if it wasn't Jigoku... honestly, it's more because Kazuma is acting so smug in the court case that I'm like... Yeah. See you later. And I had no idea what a dangerous individual he was. I prefer this Kazuma. He's more spicy, but like he's also rude. he's too rude. Like Naruhodo's like he's my friend, fam, and he's like my learned friend, and all that stuff. This one's more interesting. Good point. True. I can see what you mean. Like Kazuma's like he's too nice beforehand, with a bit of spice but too nice, and now he's like full spicy. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. He tried to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. I'm afraid so, yes. Of course I realize now. Less predictable. True, like, he could just be antagonizing Ryunosuke for the truth, or he could be like, he lost his way, and is now trying to get revenge on Van Zieks for getting his father prosecuted. So, we also don't know who shot, Genshin yet. We don't know who shot him. So it's like, that's still a mystery. Okay, so yeah, Jigoku is just a coward. He just ran away. But I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. L-Corp streams, not anytime soon. I'm done. I finished the game. I finished the game, so not anytime soon. I'm done. I finished it, so I'm done with it for now. I don't know if Genshin was actually the murderer. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's going for the angle of Genshin being the innocent one. He's framed. Like, Clint died by getting stabbed or something, and not getting his throat ripped by dogs as well. Maybe. We'll see how things go. It's in, like, that would be in September anyway. We'll have to see how things develop as well. What is? Well, first class cabins aboard. Pretty much. But we'll see, because like the issue is that railway is all about speed, so we'll have to see. Well, first class cabins aboard luxury steamers are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So, says the protagonist of some colourful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased the ticket, and here I am. I just seen for myself the ominous remnants of that incident in the cabin. So you'd already purchased for your tourniquet before we even docked in Dover, had you? Prevent anyone else taking the cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until later. Until late, yeah. I'm afraid we must insist you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. Yeah, it's going to Naples. Oh, Italy, Italy. They say Italy? Oh, Italy, until Italy. Whoops, I misread. You have no jurisdiction over my... Yeah, we don't, to be fair. We don't. We have this, Shishiro. Take it. Oh. What is it? It's a sub-peona from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what that ramification of ignoring a document like this from the British court could be. You came prepared then, Eugen. Oh, he looks evil now. He looks evil. He looks scary now. Let's go. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it? What is it, Sholmes? Inside Jigoku's trunk. You have been summoned. Pretty much. I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that, Shishiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. It's a small command from something. But what? I have no idea. I look on his face. I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let's pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. The small component has been added to the court record. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. I hope we get Iris involved somehow. I mean, technically we did with Hairlock Sholmes, whatever it's called, Hairley. But hopefully we see Sholmes again somehow. But again, we still have we still have to have Iris find out the truth about her father. The last we see of Sholmes, maybe, to be fair, maybe. Kazuma Asoki, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. Hold on. Do you know you're almost at... Yeah. We're almost there. We're almost at that number. I'll just wait and see for it to come. Like, no point. I can't really force it, so just gotta wait and see for like people to like come by and stuff and whatever. During the past 30 minutes while the court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate act's conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict. Oh, he's in a rush.
Objection!
No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. Oh, okay. Fair. I thought you meant, like, yeah, know your place. Kind of deal. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. There can only be one conclusion. That the accused is guilty. 1 second as well. Let me just check something. Is this the final case? Yeah. It's the final. I think so. We've done the where it left off last time. We've done the whole thing, and Sholmes and Mikotaba found Jigoku. It feels familiar to a different game. It's the Ace Attorney series. If you like, Phoenix Wright, Objection, that stuff. But yeah, we've just done that now, and now we're back here in court. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way, and is scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Shishiro Jigoku, the very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him. Yep. Alright, maybe there's another investigation moment then. Maybe we get some in between again. But investigations of every policing resource, Captain suggests that Jigoku's already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? Walkie-talkies. He located in France during a recess at the port of Dunkirk. But thanks to one of Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. I guess we are going for that. He really is. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. So like, it feels weird that Gregson has been part of this like assassination plot with, and I don't know. We'll see. It just feels weird, but weird in the sense that I can't see it. As in, I can't see it evidence-wise, but like, he doesn't seem bad. That's the thing. We'll see. Which means that Shishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st October. What if he is? He could be. Honestly, he could be. It's more like, I don't want to, like, I don't know. I liked Gregson, like, after, especially with the whole things with Gina and everything. Like, after, like, in this game is like, yeah, Gregson is much better than he was in the first game. Especially because of Gina. So, we'll see. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Jigoku's testimony. Alright, fair play. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth. Alright. Okay, so we do get one more investigation moment, maybe. Unless we go right into court again. We'll see. I don't know what else there is there to investigate, unless we talk to Sholmes and Mikotaba after this for a bit. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamour around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. 3rd November, 8:07 p.m. Sholmes' suite. Oh, we got like a massive ass chicken. Chicken, turkey? One of those, we'll see. We have returned, my dear fellows. We're going back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotaba and I, no? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. Is Iris here now? Let's see, is Iris here now to find out about Mikotaba? So the prosecutor Sogi had you on the ropes, did he? He's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. You've changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. I like him better this way. He does have more spice. He has more spice. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. And all this started almost a year ago now. Mrs. Shum still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Okay. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Sholmes. So, what news of Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. Investigating detectives there have lots of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotaba. Really quite a shock for him. Ah yes, I picked this up, a telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Kazuma's supposed to be killed. Yeah, he was supposed to be killed on that steamship. Because, like, that's why we have, like, he was going to be assassinated somehow. Because, we have Hosonaga there as a bodyguard. So they were anticipating Kazuma getting killed. So, So maybe Sholmes lied to protect Kazuma's life because he knew that Kazuma was an assassin target. Oh, you've had a reply already? What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I think the trial were won already. To be fair, yeah. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. I don't see any of that there. That's chicken. That's a chicken. And that's more like a fruit pie. Well, I guess you could say it's a steak pie. Who paid for these? I thought you were broke, Sholmes. Sometimes you gotta treat yourself. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. Chicken is the Yorkshire pudding. Ha! That's like a massive ass Yorkshire pudding then. This place appears to be owned. Oh, it's a pheasant. Oh. Okay, it's a pheasant. It's a pheasant. Oh, it appears to be only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley. Not there. Why ever not? Are we ever in set places in the evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. Come on, get your suspicions. Come on, Iris, get suspicious. You know I have. You think I know anything about London? Most of my knowledge comes from Trussopolis. Yeah. I mean, it's not really London. It's just it's a general like British cuisine. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. Susie's daddy. Yeah, you believed it. That Susie and I were aren't you? Or did we clear this up already? Did we clear this up already? That Susie and I were half sisters, I mean. Oh. Or does she, Iris, do you mean? Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. Okay, good, you heard. I secretly listened in on the conversation you had. Although I tricked you all into thinking I left. What? What? Alright, fine, she heard. Alright, Mikotaba, tell us about your stuff. The misunderstanding arose because of the autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Wilson nor Professor Mikotaba are Iris' father. Okay, fine, neither. Alright. Okay, it's neither then. Unless Sholmes is actually Iris' dad. And he's like, I'm not telling you. I'm your dad. I don't know. Have you ever heard of a game called TF2? Which one? Titanfall 2 or Team Fortress 2? There's 2 TF2s. Which one? I've heard of both of them. I've heard of both of them. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. Yeah, it's Apex Legends now, don't worry. It's Apex Legends now. It's all Apex Legends. The pheasant is by way of apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, Iris bought the pheasant. I see. Oh yeah, I've heard of Team Fortress 2. I haven't played it myself, but like, yeah, I know about it, of course. I know about it. Oh, no, it's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? So just who is Iris' father? I suppose that's not something we'll be able to finding out today. Alright. So Iris' father, we don't know who he is. Unless it turns out to be Van Z. Like, what? Who's left? Who's left? Like, I don't know. Unless it's Genshin. I don't think it's Genshin. That'd be quite the twist if it turns out Iris' father is Genshin. But though, Sholmes always said that he's like across the world. Like, on the other side of the world. So I don't know. From who we know, who's left? You're her dad. Very well. Very well. Like, all that's left is Jigoku. But I don't know. You seem, I don't know. There's Jigoku. But that'd be a bit meh. It's literally, unless it's literally, I know, but Sholmes was like, your father is across the world. Or something like that. So probably not Sholmes. Jigoku, like, the only Japanese blokes we know are Jigoku and Genshin that's left. He's not you then. Unless we're lying. I don't think we're I don't know. Then there's no one else. Unless it's like, oh, it's Naruhodo's family. It turns out Naruhodo is Iris' brother. Somehow. So, oh, we'll find out. I hope we find out. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It looks so absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity speak away. Alright, question time. This is where she got a writing talent, as well as brooding for 19th century ICBM. Mrs. Sholmes' famous violin, the one he found being sold for a song at pawnbrokery. Was it called a shoddy something? Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Features in. It's a world famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo. Stragivor. Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. I guess we talk to Sholmes now. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding. I mean, that's like vegetables, pie. Like that could be the kidney pie. Or that could be something. And then pheasant. It looks mouthwateringly good. Indeed it does. And if it were accompanied by an even more so pheasant, it would be perfection. You're still on that. Oh, it really does look like a feast for celebrating in court. Or indeed, for drowning one's sorrows after defeat. I hope you weren't referring to the trial tomorrow, Mr. Sholmes. He's clearly still in mourning over the pheasant in the moment. He's just like glaring at the pheasant, like he's just hungry. Sholmes, what are you doing? I think it's poison. Nah, I don't. I think it's just chill times. Right now, it's just chill times right now. Sure, it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotaba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked the pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems, before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Nice pun. Alright, we have the evidence here we got from last time. This is the evacuation drill notice. Following departure from Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 PM. I want to review evacuation procedures. This will take 20 minutes. Okay, so this is like 10 PM was the murder. Gregson died at 10 PM. Around 10 PM. This looks like, I don't know. It looks like one of those like coat hangers. Not coat hangers, like you put at the end of like a pole for your curtains to like secure your curtains. Or it could be, this looks like a button maybe. It could be a button actually. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part of the toe of a pocket watch. Oh, never mind. It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown? Like, sits on the monarch's head? Very grand name for such a tiny part. Actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere, with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, I'm quite sure you have. Oh, it's part of Gregson's watch. Oh, okay. What do you think, Mrs. Otto? I feel I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I mean precisely that too. Okay, so it does... Yes, Gregson was there. He was there for sure. No question about it. A perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make note of this new information at once. It's now clear that's the missing crown of Gregson's pocket watch. Okay. Okay. So Gregson was there for sure. Now. Alright. The telegram. So, what's in the telegram you received from Japan? Ah, this? I think my lucky stars, it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. Oh, the Morse code. Those 4 names. We've come across that same list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking a monumental intrigue. A plot that had involved the sale of British government secrets to foreign states. And exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. Kaya Sogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. We didn't find the names of until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. Unless that somebody in Japan is Iris's father. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from... Oh, it was sent to Jigoku. Dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Read by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent to a detective I know, specializing in clandestine missions of the nature. You asked... Hosonaga? Oh! I don't know. Unless Hosonaga... That makes no sense. If okay, good to see Hosonaga get involved though. I really like him. I really like Hosonaga. I was wishing that Hosonaga would come over during the symposium. But okay. Like, I don't know. I doubt Hosonaga is Iris's father. That'd be cool, but I doubt it. And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it's a matter of great urgency, you understand. Yeah, because Hosonaga will listen to us. List of names was found in Sashiro's office, as Shums predicted. So you mean that that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Gigoku. He was the intended recipient. This weird alternate university, I could name several other countries that we were likely to receive such information, but hey, ha. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I mean, assassination targets, maybe. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. The telegram from Japan has been entered into the court record. Alright, I guess it is assassination, but he can't say it. Keisogi Kazuma. It's not Genshin or anyone. It's Kazuma. Assassin, Tobias Gregson, and J. Wilson. Right, Kazuma's death. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely intaken by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. Oh. Oh? What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. Okay. Something Mr. Sausage in just going skill issue. Ha. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Susato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh. Oh my, you mean? The arrangements between our two countries were already in place. One university student lawyer and one JCO assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place intended for Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on the shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that It was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain. That's why you... Think back, Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who was quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? Mastermind Sholmes. Thank you. The terms of his study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Usogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. Thanks, Sholmes. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue. Surely. But there is no one else with the qualifications, Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London will still promise a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me? I often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. The woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What did you suppose became of her? Naturally, I don't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. Ah. D20 squared. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Mrs. Otto and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. Well, she made it to America then. But why though? We don't know, like all we know is that, yeah, so Sholmes wanted to stop Kazuma's study tour. But why? At the time, you must prevent his study tour from taking place. We don't know why though. We don't know why. And also, like, if he was still alive and he came back, it's like, oh, lo, let me go to Japan. Let me go to Britain now. Give me back my spot, Naruhodo. Or maybe that'll take way too long to arrange. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of impending tragedy, you see. Oh? An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Sholmes knows. The assassination plot? Oh, there's something to present. The telegram, then. There wasn't no room for no doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Sholmes. You were very clear it was Judge Shigoku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. New main storyline plot unlocked. Sholmes' Dark Prophecy. Ha! Let's see. I'm curious. I'm really curious to see where this goes. Kiyosogi, Aishin, Tobias Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the same time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact. When you were both still in Japan. Ah, that makes sense, right. This telegram is an old one. It really would be hypocrisy of my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. But, after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between Britain and Japan. Thanks, Shums. Alright, he's like, yeah, he's been at this, he's been at this for a long time. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. Now, 1 month after that list of names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan. Recipient. John H. Wilson was murdered. Oh, okay, yeah, he knows then. It's an assassination plot, he knows. 1 month after the list of 4 names. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to unfollow. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy. They're all connected. Let's go. The 4 names. As I said, when I learned of Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased. What? Who? Eishin, as it was translated in Japanese script, in actual fact, Miss Assassin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. Ah. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Ah, Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I had to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi was to stay away from Britain. Ah. I see. I see. Ha. Congrats on getting him. Congrats. Ah, so that's why you went such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma was, Sholmes? Yeah, yes. Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. Ah. Okay, fine. I've carried many tales about Asogi to him in letters, and the news of Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my dad, Dee, but still. That's still very sad. I'm sorry, Iris. We know the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. I guess good thing you didn't tell her, because it turns out she's not even her dad. He's not even her dad, so... No. But what you just told us, Sholmes, doesn't completely tie into the facts. There's only one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Naruhodo? Hesitantly. Because it's like, yeah. I already said it before, but like, I was like, it's more like, I was just gonna say dad, so it's like, oh, then D. Ah, yes. You mean about Assassin, I suppose. Oh, of course. Exactly, she wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of the fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of Great Waterloo Hotel. Ah, right. I guess we never talked to him about it. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely topsy-turvy. What? Topsy? Topsy hypothesis. Okay. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Sholmes? I believed all 4 names to be names of victims. Oh. Oh. Hi, I'm back. No, I just had something I had to do. I'm back. Hi. It's not okay. So it's not all victims then. What? So 2 assassins, or 1 assassin and victim. Karaoke? No. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Assassin was a killer. Guitar Hero. Ha. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. And it would seem that Shin was dispatched from Britain from the sole intention of dispatching Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Oh, what? So Gregson was to assassinate Kazuma. Ah. Which would, of course, explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Wilson was killed by Assassin is because he was a target of assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Someone managed to pull this up on this banner. It's impossible. Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the 4 who secretly became a visiting student. Wait, you mean? But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean Kazuma? Oh, he did say in court earlier. Yes, on the 31st October, I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. Oh, mission was assassination of the Mark. Oh, Kazuma. Oh, that's Kazuma's mission that he couldn't tell us about. Ha. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there'll be a rerun with both on the banner. Oh nah, they only do 1 at a time. We'll see. So he was going to take that mission a year ago now. Surely not. So Kazuma was shifty all along. Damn. Let's go. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassination exchange. Oh. Assassin exchange? I got her myself. I really like her. I got her myself. How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that? Assassin exchange. Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to oh, I see. So that no motive, no links. It's just like utterly absurd for like, it's literally just no motive, no links. Just like easy peasy. Assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would be an assassination exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student in Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain to eliminate his target. 999's, yeah, pretty much. It certainly does sound like an exchange, but what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh, yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void on the terms of the new treaty between our 2 countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. Okay, now here we go. We're getting to the higher ups. The highest levels. But why Wilson? Who was he? These murders are 2 sides of the same coin, linked not by common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appear utterly unrelated, yet in truth, assassins were complicit in one singular, devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing an exchange of assassins, as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Sashiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asoki's target was Gregson. What? Cosmo's here for Gregson. Let's see. Hi there. Welcome. Yeah, they're pretty much safeguarded. Yeah, they're pretty much safe from any punishment. So Jigoku wasn't actually the mark? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Soames. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Oh, right. That's why he was able to go to. That's why he went to France. That's why he goes to go to France. Yes, Gina. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Gregson did mention that to us at a great exhibition. But he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. It's just too much to take in. Okay, but Cosmo said he didn't kill anyone. So, I don't know. Would he still be indicted and, like, sent to prison? We'll see. Enough of that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Harley? I mean, look at the time. Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is. A little sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Susie would have been my big sister. Aw. I'm sorry, Iris. But who's your dad? Who's your dad? I hope we find out. I hope we find out. I know, Iris. I think quite the same thing. Where are you? Adopt her by now. Just adopt her. Just adopt Iris by now. But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be glad to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. It's probably your internet. It's probably your internet. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. You must all be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Or maybe it's going to be like, it doesn't matter who Iris's father is. And it's like, she has a family now. So it doesn't matter who her father is. It could do that. I can imagine them doing that as well. But I can imagine them doing that with Iris, honestly. Like, it doesn't matter who your dad is. You have a family here. Kind of deal. Iris, Susato, Shomes. So, we'll see. Right, I'm gonna work extra hard for tomorrow now. Because my big brother and big sister. What is always talking about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a stellar performance. I'll do my best, of course. Alright, court time. Let's go. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths or opposing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Goku's office, an extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden, but at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Well, that could be a good thumbnail. Because I was lucky to have them. To have The most wonderful family in the world, standing steadfast behind me. Ah. Yeah, okay. It could very well just be doing the whole found family kind of deal, where Iris doesn't know her actual dad, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter now. She has everyone. I could see that, honestly. I could see that happening, honestly. I could see that. I could see that, honestly. 4th November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I do wish there was a jury, though. It's like we had like all the other cases with a jury, and like that was something unique to this series. I mean, to this for these two games. I do get why it's meant to be like a big contrast of like, here's a closed court where things could go nutso versus a jury public court. It would be nice though if we had a jury though. But I get why. It's like Strongheart is taking this by its neck now. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation of the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery of that, a respected yard inspector, was at the heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake the trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve. Yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire. Defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? Yeah, can't believe something so heinous can be happening in our glorious country. Yeah, like, I'm still like Strongheart is very suspicious. So it's like, my guy, aren't you the one? I don't know, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, because like, evil smile looking downwards pose. Yeah, pretty much. And like, unless it's literally, it's meant like this game has been going misdirection after misdirection. Like, oh, Wilson is Iris's father. Nope. Mikotaba is Iris's father. Nope. So there's a lot of misdirection in this game. So it could be intentionally messing around with us. That Strongheart is actually legit. But the issue is also like, we don't have suspects higher up besides Strongheart. So it's like, we don't have like, and obviously in a mystery game, you need the villain in your court record. You can't just be like, it's this guy not in court, don't worry. So we'll see. A critical component of this country's judiciary, like a gear in his clock. Yeah, like his words don't help him. It's literally like some big higher up suspicious thing going on with him. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself the same, Reaper. Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? An exception to our normal practices, I have granted the prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume? Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session again. Let's go, Cosmo. We resume the closed hearing of Barak von Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Sashiro Kigoku into the courtroom. At last then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now, in order to get to the truth. No gets two swords. These are looking much better. Ha! Yeah, because we have Karuma in our hands now, in the court record now. Alright. Come on, Rinosuke. It's time for that steely resolve. This is going to be tested to the limit. Take down her. Naruto has to take down herself. It needs to be a fair 2v2. Ha! Ha! Witness, state your name and occupation to court. Ha! So it was you who issued this, was it? Your sub Poena? I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Sashiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he's also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Hold on. All right. No. I had to. I did something real quick. I think the tracking went weird because I took off my headphones. It just went weird when I suddenly turned. I'm of course fully aware that Jigoku in his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. If he took off the power glove. Ha! It was a great honor to be involved in negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Just Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. Ha! You came here to London by invitation to the symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I had to object to that turn of phrase. But explain yourself. What exactly were your circumstances? Took flight, as in like, it's a turn of speech, not literally flying, of course, but like took flight meaning you escaped quickly. Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be allowed to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. Yeah, he knows the court. He knows what to say. He knows what to say. He knows the court. He knows what to say. Being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this. One sec. Sorry, there's a bunch of like BRBs. Sorry, sorry. There's like there's like some delivery expected today, so there's like, yeah, sorry. So yeah, I'm expecting a delivery today. That's why there's a bunch of BRBs and whatnot. Sorry, as well. Trying to scam us, ha. Because the only one here knows what Chaos Dwarf is and how we have the same beard as him. I see. Guys, the same beard as that, huh? I beg your pardon? Body pillow arriving today. Nah. Nah. No. It's just because, like, there's, like, my intercom system in the house is really buggy. Like, I've had deliveries and like the driver just gives up and says I'll come back another day because it doesn't, because the system doesn't work. So it's like it's a hassle sometimes with deliveries. Ha. Oh, hey there, welcome. Late by 2 hours. Welcome to the stream at least. Welcome. This case is far more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Goku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the end, too. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Sashiro Jigoku's involved in this case? The telegram from Japan.
Take that!
He was kind of cool. Yeah, because like the Morse code we got turned out to also be going to... It turned out it was sent to Jigoku. The Morse code that has these names. Keosogi, Aishin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. And it turns out, based on Holmes' suspicions, that Aishin is we know that Aishin is an assassin. So it means like this upper line are assassins and these are the victims. And like Britain and Japan are doing an assassin exchange. So like Aishin is a traveling student to Japan to kill Wilson, while Asogi was sent from Japan to Britain to kill Gregson. And this was sent to Jigoku's office. Processing in foreign language because none of you would understand. Customers even more cooler than we thought. Ha! Ha! This always stays like both nations was in on it. That's the thing. We're finding that out. We're finding it out because like Our suspicion is that Britain and Japan were doing a assassin exchange to kill, but we don't know why we would kill Gregson and Wilson. We don't know why just yet. Maybe to kill the 10-year... I don't know, we'll see. Is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan a year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Kiyosogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Everyone in Britain is rated 10 years ago. Pretty much. Like Iris was born 10 years ago. Sholmes was involved 10 years ago. Because Mikotaba is his partner from 10 years ago. Kazuma is the son of the guy who got killed. Strongheart was going to prosecute in the trial, but then Van Zieks was like, nah, I'm gonna come instead. Jigoku was so chill though, yeah. And then Jigoku was there as well. Only Naruhodo has no relation at all with anyone. Naruhodo is just there. He's just the guy. The first JFJ. Ha. Ha. But yeah, now he's like angry, like, you little. Where'd you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Goku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and Wilson are the names of victims. Kiyosogi and Eishin are the names of assassins. No. Just torture Goku. Yeah, we're in court. We're not torturing anyone. We're in court. A year ago in Tokyo, Wilson's life was taken away in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be the visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Assassin. Outside of court, sure. Adjourn and then just undecided and torture him. We can find out the truth here. Professional killer sent on the mission to kill from Great Britain. Aishin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to the crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Sogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Kiyosogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill the target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases are of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And a telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? What? Does Kazuma not know about this? Oh no, Strongheart was there 10 years ago as well, because Strongheart was the original prosecutor for the Professor case. But then Van Zieks was like, let me avenge my brother, please. And he's like, sure, take my spot. So Strongheart was there 10 years ago as well. Hold on. Not much. There's just a delivery that's like coming today, but like the our house intercom is really bad. Like it's been buggy for the past like year. and like so it's getting tested. So it's like just in case, so that we can communicate. The guy downstairs who's doing delivery can come upstairs or whatever stuff. Don't worry. It should be once the delivery's here, we should be fine. But yeah, it'll be quick anyway. It's just that probably like at least one more BRB, at least one more. Anyway, the telegram is not merch. It's just a delivery. Telegram was found in your office, Jigoku. Smuggling false fumos. Ha! In other words, the mastermind Japan was you. Judge Jigoku? What's this all about? Wait, so then Kazuma knows nothing? He's ignorant. Unless it turns out Gregson was to kill Kazuma. I don't know. And you, Kazuma. You lied. I don't know. Let's see. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. I showed him my name in the killing contract. Very impressive, Rinosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. Okay, yeah, so then Gregson was to kill Kazuma, then. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Shishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Ah. Oh, you deliberately avoided saying a name? Okay, so maybe. The defendant claims these four indicate some sort of international assassination exchange. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so but it could turn out like Kazuma's like, I didn't say a name. It might not have been Jigoku. I didn't say shit. So it could be like, it could be Gregson. It could be Gregson that he was meant to kill. We'll see. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Jigoku, what would you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new evidence brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility the scene of Gregson's actual murder wasn't the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in a contempt of court. There's no need for such a vicious stare, young man. Oh yeah, right. You showed that emote, and it's like, it's him. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night on 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Lie first, won't you? Probably. Either we press, or we just have to find a contradiction. Assassin exchange. Sorry. It's true that Kazuma Soki was assigned the assassination mission. Okay. Yeah, he was then. Yeah. The target was Inspector Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. Oh. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so it clearly can't be involved. Okay, fine. He's saying, you paid the crewman, so you could have. So you admit it then. As the communication suggests. That's why Sholmes hid him, yeah. Pretty much. So he doesn't come to, so he doesn't, he was thinking it was victims, but like, either way it worked out. Ah, I see. Well, like, that's the videos. I see, I didn't look. I see. That's cool. That's cool. It really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavour at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. The use of a worthy practice as a foreign study to coerce someone to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Apparently appalling. Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? So he had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Oh, it was Gregson, right? Because Gregson was like, Mr. Wilson, please, like, let's do an autopsy on Clint to find evidence for getting what's his name, Genshin, indicted. Unless Gregson planted evidence. Or it was Gregson's, or Kazuma is blaming Gregson as well. Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. Is Strongheart then? Is it Strongheart then? As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, assassin exchange that the defences identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. The police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk, because if he had been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable if a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. Oh, we got it! It's the drill! It's the drill! We got it! It's the drill. Easy. The drill. He was killed at 10 PM. He was killed at 10 PM. He died at 10 PM. It's the evacuation drill. 10 PM. Gregson was killed after returning to London on the room in Fresno Street. He was put in the freezer, yeah. The perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak von Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Gregson. If that is the defense clear on that point, counsel. He's even saying like, drop the point, drop the point. Don't bring up the assassin plot. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Okay, we got the evidence. It's fine. We know what it is. How would they have heard it? He would have died at 10 PM. Kazuma Soki was assigned the assassination mission once a year. Yeah, we're gonna get that. We're gonna bring that point back up. Don't worry. In the end, something happened that meant the young man was able to carry out the mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my camp at all times. Then a shot fired, the crewman would have been heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
Objection!
There we go. Easy. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Gogoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that's scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? When did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 PM and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during the 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Gigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ugh.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Rinosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Reconnect VPN. Ah, I see. Welcome back. Why? Because the witness clearly stated his testimony, no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence can show this to me to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. The bullet hole. Very true. Well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Gigoku's cabin at night. I've certain of that. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. Do you take pictures? Let's see. Oh no, the thing. His crown. His watch crown. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st? The small component.
Take that!
Judge Gigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch. And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely the part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Goku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Ugh. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during a 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Goku. We got you already. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Rinosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Goku feels the same way. Oh, now you're smug. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that it would be result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world of your ridiculous bomb bust. Gee, yeah, everyone's just like being mean. Everyone's so mean. Like, yeah, I should have got you guilty. You didn't kill him, but like you're talking bad stuff about me, so get guilty. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you will notice the pitfall into which you stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that the piece of poor victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well. Then, you may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of 31st. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Events in the cabin. I had a judge waiting, a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, furiously waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him and Iponsoe Fro, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagined his watch broke, when I threw him over my shoulder. Nothing to do with murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Alright. Iponsue. Seo? Seo? Oh no. A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily on his watch for his watch to take. So, Rinosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the watch was broken in the witness cabin is in no way proves the victim's murder took place there. Ah. I've no doubt that if the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Jazzy Goku would be deemed to have had no involvement in this case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here for no cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine. I don't intend to squander that. Your embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. Yeah, they make, like, I don't know, it's like, Kazuma is like, yeah, I agree with this guy. I guess to be fair, like, the antagonists have to, what's it called? The antagonists have to, how to say, sorry, antagonists? The prosecutor has to antagonize the lawyer and stuff, but, let's see. I mean, we probably have to show, like, where was he's probably gonna, like, Jigoku's probably gonna say, where would his body have been stored? Where would his body have been stored? What's it called? During it, so he'll probably say something like that, and then we show the ice. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Iponsue throw, though I couldn't wait to run after that. His watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with this murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Alright, this is where we bring up the ice stuff then. There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on his steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but all passengers' luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think that border police would query about the corpse of Englishmen as hand luggage. If the murder is taking place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Let's kill the idea then. But Solid Snake carried the body in a box, 100% true. Ha! Is this Solid Snake suddenly coming in, huh? Ha! I do want to play the Metal Gear series one day though. I know there's the remaster or like the releases of the older ones in the what do you call it, for PC and stuff, so I do want to play Metal Gear games one day. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. But perhaps not. Mr. Zato, we've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the Cobra had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I ought to alter my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. Alright, easy. It's the ice. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to London. Okay, how? Let's see. Do we have evidence for that? There was no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Do we have anything for that? Do we? Do we? Do we? Do we have anything? I mean, we don't have ice as the evidence, so we can't just say like they froze his body. Not Karuma. Clint's autopsy. ID. Pocket watch. Photograph. Photo. Revolver. I don't know. I think we have to press this. Let's press it.
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about it, Stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And he met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did. Even then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at a time? What? No. So, we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, you develop some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Henry's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. That's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in an office and it breaks, we don't say Naruto must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Gregson's body was found in a little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Shigoku's cabin, the body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over the country border, that would be impossible for a majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible to cope with them. The body would have been moved somehow, special circumstances. Special circumstances. I guess waiting for me... Yeah, we can't really say anything about that. Do we have anything? A letter of introduction. Let me see. Let me double check this. Steamship ticket, SS Grouse, Yokohama, Dunkirk. I think somebody here should be arrived in same ticket. No. Can I imagine that? Okay. Special circumstances for Hawaii. Autopsy report. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know. Let's see. I mean, he has this, but I don't think Gregson was inside here. In case his official warrant card is to him by Scotland Yard. I don't think you don't even have evidence for this though. We have to press other stuff. Maybe evidence will come out. Maybe we need to press some more.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had this been this is like your killer posse, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He would have had his ID with him, though. He would have had it. A trench coat and moustache, not to mention a bag of chips. I think the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set a few alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without thinking, in the inkling of his suspicion. That's right, none whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed man was there, brusquely waving a gun.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Gregson. Yes, though at the time, I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you? I suppose? That was certainly the impression, given by the gun pointing in my direction. I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in my life. I didn't want to think the man had been never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for help of the crewman on the door, so I dealt the man myself. I took with a Soy throw. Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Soy is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at a stocky fellow and managed to slip past him to make his escape. Your standing guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Soe throw. I imagine this watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. Nothing to do with this.
Hold it!
That's the last one we can press. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long, a bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All what proves is the power of my jiu-jitsu throw. Whenever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in the cabin. Because there was obviously a bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? Huh? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Yeah, we have no proof of that. Haven't you worked it out yet, little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. There's no way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Alright, there has to be a way, but I don't see it. I just don't see... It really is like one of these things was a way for him to bring the corpse to Britain. but I don't see it. A circumstance or something. Passport. Unless you mean like a massive ass, his massive ass, suitcase. His massive ass luggage, maybe.
Objection.
Okay, it really is his massive ass luggage. There's no possible way he could have moved Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. Okay, it really is like his. Okay, because I was thinking, maybe I was thinking too far ahead, and it's like, how would nobody have inspected it? But it really is his massive ass luggage. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Rinosuke? As well as being a judge, Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of... Oh, his position! Oh, they mentioned... Oh, right, they mentioned... Right, because Mikotaba mentioned that Jigoku... Yeah, Mikotaba said, like, damn, your one went really fast. I had to go through so many checks. And it's like, oh, right, because you're the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Right, that's why. Built different. Ha! Ha! That's it, right. It was mentioned all the way last episode. Damn. This means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Yeah, this thing, yeah. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches on the border took a long time. Damn, Gregson's body was right here. Like, that's peak. Like, Gregson's body was right here. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Almost smell it. That's just grim, like, there's some dead body corpse, like, next to you when you're having tea. Like, damn. I knew you were jealous. That's why Jigoku was like, he was just missing a lot of the time. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Jigoku's trunk. That's grim. And also, like, Jigoku was hiding inside the trunk that had Gregson's body. That's grim. That's just grim. Order in court. I'm skeptical of counsel. My grandma's body could fit inside that largest travel trunk. It could. Mr. carrying a body in his luggage, that's not something you hear every day. That's for sure. That's for sure. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside a trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Goku? But inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we've spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel... Yeah, Jigoku hid inside Gregson's... No, well, Jigoku hid Gregson in his luggage, in his trunk. And because he's the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he doesn't get inspected. They let him go freely. So that's how he could have brought Gregson's body off the ship with him to London. That's grim. After we've spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in your cab to deposit the inspector's body. Oh, right! The witnesses mentioned they saw a bearded man with a luggage enter Fresno Street, and that was Jigoku. Ah, abusing authority. Pretty much, like, pretty much. I don't have time to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She has acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of their size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure that they are, but one place they're certainly found is on a large ocean liner. Such ships are equipped with electrical refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh for their long voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Miko Talbot told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Goku. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. All right, unless you aren't the killer, then you have to snitch. Tell us who actually did it. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on a study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Guilty of murder, at the very least, transportation. We don't know for sure if he killed Gregson, but we do know now that he transported the body. Jigoku transported Gregson's body at the very least, and as well as being the master. Well, it's not important for the case right now, but he is the mastermind in Japan for the assassination transfer. Spreading miasma. Ha! Ha! Just Jigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. Isn't that a federal felony? He's not from the country, so he can be like, "Lo, don't worry, I won't be judged here." We'll see, we'll see. The defense has made accusations against you. How did you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. Sounds so much cooler than student transfer. Ha! Ha! The actual scene of the crime? The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when a gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deduction amounts to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning of the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. Let's go. Clap back. Clap back. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you should better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno. Chipotle chocolate wafers or double stuffed Oreos? I don't know. I like both. I like both. I haven't had double stuff actually. I haven't had double stuff before. Wafers are. I think wafers are easier to eat, while Oreos are more like, here's like a massive sugar, a piece of sugar with the cream. I like both. I would like both, I think. What's a wafer? I can't describe it. I can't describe it. Claims that Gregson died instantly when he was shot. But this evidence contradicts that claim. That he died instantly. The claim that he died instantly or that he died in Fresno Street. good chef never reveals his secrets. Hey, I don't cook wafers. I just can't describe it. I don't know that like it's like these like thin pieces of like wafer. Like I don't know, like crispy. It's crispy with like, but not like saucy, with like filling, but not like overwhelmingly liquidy. I can't describe it. Okay, what contradicts the claim that he died on Fresno Street? Cooking stream, no. What contradicts that Gregson died on the scene? What does? I don't know. What does contradict it? A microwave, let's be real. Ha! I can cook alright. Like, I'm alright. Clint's autopsy. Passport. Grayson's trunk. Would it be the trunk? Oh, no. Would it? There's blood on his trunk, so maybe.
Take that!
Japanese really are a curious breed. To proffer an argument with such conviction, only 2% nonsensical evidence. Perhaps my Japanese friends' inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East. Shush. Show us the evidence. Ha! I'm the only Japanese around here. Do you have a mirror? Yeah, Kazuma is like, screw my identity. Let's just roast Ryunosuke. I could, yeah, something like that. Was Victor killed in the room or was he moved other to death? Oh! Oh, right, it was found. Never mind. I got it. I forgot about this. It's the crown. The crown was found inside the trunk. It's found in the trunk.
Take that!
No. Oh, never mind. It was found in the cabin. Okay, then what? What then? I feel like I'm missing something. I'm just overlooking something, rather. Alright. Not important anymore. Not important. Dismissal notice. Not important. Yeah, yeah. That's what I think it's more like it was found in the cabin and not in the trunk. If I was consistent based on time. Ha. The revolver. Crescent's watch was found. Photograph. Venus firecracker. Notice board. He was killed. No, not the ID card. The passport. Let's see. What is it? Karama. Here's Mismos for you. Yeah, I guess if you haven't been like, if you haven't seen everything, it's like it gets like confusing a bit. Just sleep deprived. Ha. I don't know. He was killed there. Karama. Better Call Saul. Ha. Gregson's document issued for France the day before his body was discovered. Are you gonna try again? And can you? The prosecution claims Gregson died instantly when he was shot at a scene in Fresno, but this evidence contradicts that. It contradicts that he died when he was shot in Fresno. Okay. I know. I don't know. Died instantly when he was shot in Fresno. I I don't know, I feel like I'm overlooking something. I'm overlooking something. Karuma? Like, the tip is missing. But that doesn't show that he died outside. I don't think Karuma tells us anything. The pocket watch... Did it say it broke? Oh, but he would still have wound it up, even if it broke. He still would have wound up his pocket watch, even if it already broke. Maybe the watch, because he still, even if it broke, he would have wound it up anyway, because it was still working.
Take that!
Whatever. What's the line here then? Evidence that you should try to present the correct one this time. This evidence contradicts the fact that he died instantly. He died... What does then? Not the trunk, not this component. They'll just say... like, yeah, that he was... Evacuation drill, telegram, Iris's charm... His passport that he was... Was it stamped that he came back? Permission to travel with one additional person. The Asogi papers? No. Some of it's like other cases, so we can leave them out for now. Everyone with a beard evil. Ha! I mean, there's... I guess... I mean, it's a mustache, not a beard. I was gonna say Mikotaba, but he does have a mustache, not a beard. What does then? The gun? This is the type of revolver that's standard issue for members of judiciary. When I asked about records kept who were issued to, I was told past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number. As far as I can tell, there's nothing on this gun. They must have been issued longer than 10 years. That's nothing then. This does nothing for us. Because, yes, old, yeah. I don't know. Something that shows that Gregson wasn't killed when he was there. What would Herlock think? He'd probably know. He'd probably know. He died. No, we're trying to prove that he died on the ship and not in Fresno Street. We're trying to prove that he died on Fresno Street. That died instantly when he was shot at the scene. But this evidence contradicts that. That he died on he died on the ship. But what tells us that? Or really he didn't. I mean, we can't do that either though. Even if he didn't die instantly, what is there? Karuma. Nothing in his trunk. We already examined his trunk. That's the blood stain from it. This is the slash. This is the slash with That's a slash. We've already looked at this. There's nothing else in his trunk. What do you know from the previous cases? That's Karuma's blade. His passport. I don't see. I don't see. That contradicts the fact. Back of the ticket, red-headed league, armband. Iris's charm, Clint's passport, Gregson's trunk. Photo. Yeah, I'm confused. I don't see. I don't see what is the one. Passport document issued before his body was discovered. Maybe something to show that Gregson. Now we checked the trunk already though. I'm confused. I don't see it. I have to look this up. I'm confused on like what exactly solves it though? What exactly is the proof we have? Like, the autopsy report was that... Oh! Between 9 PM and midnight. Maybe the autopsy report, because there's a big time of death. Maybe.
Take that!
No. No, that's... No. Oh, that's Clint's. Whoops. That's Clint's. Was that Clint's? That was Clint's. Whoops. Wrong one.
Take that!
No. Alright, we're dead. Alright, we'll retry. Alright. Is this gonna be me presenting random pieces of evidence now? Wasting of time is clear to me that any further discussion in this case will be fruitless, blah blah blah. Nah, it's fine, because we can restart. Anyway, from this scene. Yeah, he's like Clint is just acting like, sorry, Clint. Kazuma's acting annoying, pretty much. Kazuma's acting annoying. According to the findings of this court, they pronounced the defendant, Barak von Zieg's, guilty. That concludes business. Court is adjourned. Yeah, no point just like tossing evidence. I think I'm missing something. Just pick anything. Okay, now no, I didn't save the game, and I figured I may as well get my HP back. I didn't save the game, so may as well get my HP back as well. Evidence that contradicts the claim. I have no idea. Yeah, I just have no idea what contradicts the claim about it. The gun. Maybe the gun is wrong. We'll try this.
Take that!
No. You haven't, I have no clue. I don't know what the logic going on is here. What proves that he died? Think more. But like, that proves that he died, but Karama didn't kill him though. I did the trunk because like the blood stain. There's dark stain there, yeah, I think it's blood. You're gonna say that probably means it's at the scene of the crime when Gregson was killed. Yeah. It doesn't add anything to this. I don't know. What proves that he died there? What proves he died there? The watch? We tried the watch already. I think we tried the watch already. Let's try again, but...
Take that!
Yeah, no. So 1 second. BRB. 1 sec. Alright, I'm back. Hi. Alright, it turns out, yeah, the delivery thing I'm waiting for is postponed to tomorrow because, I don't know, because it's not working again. So, fine. Was the kid killed in Fresno Street? Blah, blah. We can try again. What contradicts it then? Telegram from Japan. I can reload at least, so we're just tossing evidence by this point. We're just tossing evidence by this point. The crime scene floor plan is nothing. It doesn't tell us anything. I mean, we had the candelabra, but to show like, that's just hypothetical evidence.
Take that!
They had to make that dialogue long as well. Telegram, not this, not this. Not the evacuation drill. The Karama. Oh, Karama?
Take that!
Just throw Karama. No. Alright. So then what is it then? What proves that he wasn't dead? They didn't die instantly. The red hairpiece?
Take that!
The photo. Because you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is, the posture of the body itself. Ah, okay. If Gregson had been shot in that room, it's out of question that he would have been curled up. Oh! Okay, that makes sense then. Well, yeah, if he died instantly, how do you curl into a ball? Into a ball if you die instantly? He's like that because he was stuffed inside. He was stuffed inside the trunk and he got taken out, curled up. And rigor mortis means that. Not rigor mortis. No. Rigor mortis isn't set in yet. But like, yeah, I see. That makes sense then. Fine. It's a logic thing, pretty much. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain when he was shot, fatally.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. What? According to the autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less been able to draw himself into that position. Ah. Which begs the question, why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Okay, yeah, it's a bit of a logic. It's a logical leap. Like not leap, but like, you know what I mean. Conclusion. But the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on the posture ahead of its arrival in Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No. You're quite right. The shape of the body is actually as if it was kept in a confined space. Yeah, they didn't like... Yeah, I see. Judge Goku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's possible it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh. Present my trunk. I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. Damn, okay, using your position of power. In other words, Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. Yeah, you get overconfident. You don't think that. Yeah, I should clean it now. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Ugh. Ugh. Order in court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? You were there, Kazuma. What did you see? What did you do? You were there. Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? He brought his body, but did he kill him, is the question. Dear God, outrageous. So it was you. You meant to murder... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me, dispose it somewhere else. You can still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth killed the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. Yes, he's innocent now, pretty much. Like, he... Unless... Well, I mean, you can still turn to say, like, Zeke's hired the hit on Gregson. And moreover, he's already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh. Okay, maybe Kazuma didn't do anything then. If Jigoku is accusing Kazuma, I don't think Kazuma did it then. Who else could have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Sashiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor, Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the cabin on the night in question. Yes, and on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't... So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the victim's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. I'll just right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that a victim's murder could have been committed by Asogi is... It's possible. I mean... Unless he... I don't know. Like... He could have. But like... I don't think the game is going down the line of... I just don't think so. I can't see it. That Kazuma did it. I just can't see it. Like, just like... I don't know. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Asogi is... I think it's like we have to have faith in our best friend. I think the game wants to keep that notion. I think the game is going for that. Like, have faith in your best friend, man. So I think it's impossible. Judge Goku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim the logical reasoning in the future of the judicial process is the future. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Asogi to commit the crime. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. To present what you have, counsel. What proof is that you allegedly demonstrates the possibility of Asogi's involvement? Karuma. I guess Karuma.
Take that!
You're making the evidence weep here. Sorry. No. Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. You're not playthings you can toss around in court for entertainment. Ah, wait, whoops. Then, okay, never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Naruto. Oh no, I can't accept Susato-san. I'm not being upset too. When the crew was on the sentry duty outside the Kursuga cabin nearly over time, as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible for it to fire a shot without being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime took committed. 10 p.m. Okay, 10 p.m. Alright, so 10 p.m. was the murder time. So then how does Asogi go in with 10 p.m.? Well, 10 p.m. I guess. Where does Asogi come in with 10 p.m.? I mean, I guess we do use this to show that
Take that!
this itinerary for the crew members, the SS Grouse, my lord, is inclusive proof. Itinerary. What does that prove anything? Just get Goku. The moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? Yeah, because it means that he did die at 10 p.m. or so. On night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he were there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable the guard would have heard it and come investigate. Does this tell us the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere? And that narrows it down to 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Too tired. Oh yeah, take care. Catch you whenever. Take care. Have a good rest. I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. And a crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already been put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ah. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was on board the vessel at the time. But Asogi stayed in yesterday's... Oh, right. Asogi just stayed at a lodge. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night... Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he stayed at a boarding house. Returned to London the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Ah, that's it. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere else nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish it up. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodation register book. An extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look like if a murder took place there. That's exactly what happened, isn't it, Shishiro Jigoku? It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. I was going to break the stand. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah! Okay, yeah, he breaks the stand again. Okay. Your aura just... Okay, your aura. It's over. My life is over. I mean, I don't think we're done though. There's still a lot more to go through. It's too easy. Anti-gravity device. Ha! A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Von Karma power. Ha! Both assassins would use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit a Sogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch the replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain that time in Cosmo's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the marks myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. International Forensic Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? Okay, so Gregson is innocent. Let's go. Gregson is innocent of everything. Let's go. He's innocent. He's innocent. I hope. But there's only one person who have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper. Yeah, not Van Zieks though. I'm not at liberty to say it, even my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector arrived, accepted the Reaper's mission, and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France, his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. Oh, jeez. There was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have been aroused a suspicion, so I bided my time waiting for the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had a chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. Okay, so Van Zieks literally lost his gun. Van Zieks literally lost his gun. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. This begs the question, why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street? The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw on the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. True. So before the first class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it back past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his ID. Oh, then someone knows about Gregson then. Someone knows about Gregson in intimate detail. Like, even though he's hiding it, someone knows. I decided the man would be the perfect person to set up as a culprit. So I took a hackney carriage. Hold on. Oh, he's gonna. Okay, yeah. So his plan was to get Hugh Boone as the culprit. Honey carriage over there, the body's still in my trunk. They must have been after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcome committee. I was more than a little nervous. Ah, right, because we came and visited them by surprise. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own travelling case. Ah, to put that on. I've always suspected I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece was found in the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged for the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ah. I didn't notice it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the boy to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. I see. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of that what I did. Well, that's pretty simple then, but it feels too early. That's pretty simple, but there's more to it. And there's no stat now. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. There's more to it. There's more to it. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Come on. Bring him down with you. Bring them down with you. Nothing you can say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough. Won't he be extradited? I think I think there's now like a treaty to like the treaty stops that sort of thing now, I think. So we can try him, I think. I think. I've already told you. I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Come and get this over with now. It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Isn't that guilty? Wrong way round. Seshiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of the court that you should be found. But it's Van Zieks that's getting indicted. It may remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by the closed court. It's too easy. There's something else. He's like the mid boss. Moments ago, Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of the Inspector Gregson and subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established by beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? It's too easy. I'm just a little troubled by his silence. the true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries, however. Yeah, it's fishy, it's too easy, Insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in his trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor, as you wish. Now, for the formal education, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak von Zeeks.
Objection!
Alright, Kazuma, what's your play? The prosecution calls for education to be deferred. Counsel. The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barak von Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Jigoku, but it's clear from the witness testimony that he was conversant to complying with the plot into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? It wasn't Van Zeeks though, surely. The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, or he's been murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, as a Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak von Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt, beyond all reasonable doubt. What? What? Okay, it's not Van Zeeks. It can't be Van Zeeks. Order, order, order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's ID. That is, the prosecution intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. While it's extremely irregular, I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. But the defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and assassin exchange. Thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Okay. Now we go with it. Van Zeeks is innocent. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hollowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks, I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since then, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let's just decide, Lord Van Zeeks, The prosecution seeks to begin gilding its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, or they may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not fitting logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I know it would be like this, and I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, and as a lawyer and as his friend. And that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take this witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. Alright, they fixed the witness stand already at least. Okay. The Reaper and the assassin exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Streets that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Okay. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. I don't think there's a link, though, between you and Wilson. You deny all... Yeah, Dr. Wilson. Because we mentioned Wilson already. And there's no... I don't know the link between him and Wilson. Oh, no, there is a link. Clint's autopsy. Ah, fine. That's the link. It's Clint's autopsy. That's the link. Fine. Unite accusations by the prosecution. Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. I don't know. Van Zieks didn't do it, but we do have some link. But see, yeah, okay, we know the link. We know the link. I know exactly what you're thinking, Katsuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Yeah, we got it already, the link between you and Wilson. It's the autopsy with Clint. It's Clint's autopsy. Living the life of another, no reason to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Wilson. Yeah, it's, Clint.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report. Wait, this is 10 years old. An autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense does not intend to run from the undeniable truth. Yeah, I didn't mistake it this time. Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy here, counsel? This autopsy report of Professor's final victim is an indelible link between Gregson, Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accused name again. The Professor. Accursed. I've personally researched all the court records relating to the case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege, the victim's souls. How is there disorder? I mean, to be fair, like there's still members of the judiciary in the waiting room. No waiting room, but like here. It's closed, but there's still people here. And for a member of the aristocracy, Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. Oh, nice, congrats. Congrats on getting her. Congrats on getting her. Hopefully he didn't take too many roles. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Gregson. Oh, nice, damn, congrats. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Wilson that did the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible in the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Gretchen Asogi was guilty of murder. In my brother's dying moments, he mustn't always remain straight to leave the vital clue behind. ×1, yeah, ×1. Single summon, yeah. Congrats. Indeed, that was the key to indicating the professor for his crimes and conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvellous victory in court. A marvellous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all concluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, let's try and get her light cone. If I get it, I see. Good luck. I see. Oh, right. You're going all in for her, aren't you, I guess? Or you're spending a bit, maybe. We'll see. Good luck. 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and Britain, using the two killers recruited for assassin exchange. Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. It was all a sham, and I swore to myself I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. No idea myself. I haven't looked into it myself. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know that won't wash. You'll claim your father was misinterpreted in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that with evidence. There's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being an assassin recruited to kill Shishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I had deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the court autopsy 10 years ago. But I think Van Zieks is a puppet then. I don't think Van Zieks... I think it's like Van Zieks was like probably used then. Like, I don't think Van Zieks knew it was fabricated. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karama before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. I don't really say go all out. There's other ones that go much further, frankly speaking. Right, I see. You're the Asogi lad. You're Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to me my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. Oh, is Gregson actually sus then? The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence that we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. Okay, fine. Gregson is a bit sus. It was for the good of the country. Oh yeah, true. I guess to be fair, Gregson would have done that. I was following orders. Okay. Orders. What exactly did you do? Speak. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. Oh, and that's when he attacked him with Karuma. So, that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only be ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak von Zeeks. No, but the initial prosecutor was Lord Strongheart. Then. The initial prosecutor was Strongheart. It's Strongheart then. It's Strongheart. It's Strongheart. It's Strongheart. He's the one pulling the strings. Yeah, but Kazuma doesn't know that. Kazuma didn't know that Strongheart was initially meant to take the proceedings. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly, as we established earlier. It has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku to arrange the exchange. Ah. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of a man who stands accused in the court today, Barak von Zeeks. Ha. I mean, some people just go all out for E6. I can't do that myself. Alright. Okay, we know though.
Objection!
Kazuma Sogi. What? What you've just told the court. And are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for a trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. Where's okay? So like we can see we can give evidence for it. Like we have to get like Kazuma can say that. I mean, I'm just saying like he's right, but like Kazuma can say this without evidence, but like we can't say anything without proving it. Pull 5 in a row. I see. Yeah. You see though, I think he's telling the truth that there was fabricated evidence, but what's it called? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea, but don't let's not bring that in. Let's not bring that in. Okay? Let's not. Let's not. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? What? It's Strongheart. Let's go. Lord Van Zeeks. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to 1. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You. I just had a feeling this name was gonna come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper is Strongheart.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mayo Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Low Poly Taiju, one from Dr. Stone. Who's Taiju? I know Dr. Stone, but I haven't watched the anime yet. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I've only looked at Dr. Stone as in the guy, but I haven't watched the anime. It's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution in the court of law, in professor in court, but only after he only took the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to the point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy results, no came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt from the day you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the Inspector and the Coroner to break the law 10 years ago, and the same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Sashiro Jigoku. Yeah, because like, there's no way Van Zieks could have done that because he was still new as well. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Alright, how are we going to indict the judge? The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. Yeah, Zeke's tag teams with Rinosuke, yeah. we work together. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? With my boot, pretty much, yeah. When he's pissed, he gets the boot out. You claim there are some wrongdoers with Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? There we go. There we go. Kazuma, give us the proof. Like, you can't just be like, evidence Rinosuke, and then you can't do that. What? Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwards country. But in the course of British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. Oh, he's pissed. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ugh. Order in court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there is really no one left who could testify about the events 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. Yeah, 3v1 and he's winning. Yeah, now everyone is dead. Everyone involved except Kazuma. Everyone who was involved in the case 10 years ago is dead. Gregson's dead, Clint's dead, Genshin's dead. Van Zieks is alive, but he knows nothing. The accusal brought by the prosecution in defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Ugh. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue you can go down in pursuit of the truth of what happened 10 years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. There is someone. Mikotaba! Mikotaba! Let's go, yeah. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even as far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe wouldn't say anything against Strongheart. But there is a ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify by the autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Rinosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial call an end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify with autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks is Eugene Mikotaba.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotaba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Shishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. Everyone forgot about him, even Strongheart. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Mikotaba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. Autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. Report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Mikotaba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands Mikotaba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy lab 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense demand is denied. What? But Mikotaba was in London at the very moment. We could summon him to stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper, of masterminding assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. But that's why we need witness testimony. Yeah, because he's the judge. He's in control. Investigation is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Ugh. Now, as I stated earlier, the court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Shishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they'll be admitted in due course by proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptuous behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust that you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Asogi. Oh, he's actually... He's done. Damn. He's broken down now. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... We've hit rock bottom. Alright, who's this one? Yes! He's here! He's coming to court. Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. I like this theme a lot.
Objection!
Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Shishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayo Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the various provocations of your superiors? Let's go, Sholmes. Order in court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push the door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence. He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But what will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly something? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow remanded in custody. There's people watching. The judiciary are here. It's a closed court from the public. It's all members of the judiciary, like, you know, law people, police, that sort of thing. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. Bigwigs of the law, pretty much, yeah. A toast to the most dependable colleagues in the gallery. Actually unironic this time, an actual proper toast. On with the trial. On with the trial. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to be silent. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. He actually looks like, when he's like that, he's much more vulnerable. Like, he looks more, he looks more like the Cosmo we knew. Bailiff, arrange for the sub poena of the victims and witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Oh, would he have killed Mikotaba, maybe? He'd have got him killed, maybe, or like, fake something. Mikotaba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today, is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying his little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Mikotaba's here in the courthouse? Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. He knew. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a matter of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's in my pocket. She sends her regards, and a reminder, if you find yourself at a dead end, the ear's at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. Okay, nice. We get Sholmes and Iris involved in the trial still. They're not in court, but we can call them. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. One step ahead, but Sholmes already 5 steps ahead. Pretty much, yeah. The only thing that he failed on was protecting Gregson, pretty much. Like, he didn't know that Cosmo would be an assassin. So the only thing and also that Gregson was doing things by himself. That's the only thing he failed in, pretty much. That he couldn't protect Gregson. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I going to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Alright, here we go. To be continued. Alright. Now we got Strongheart in the court. So we'll do more, but we'll continue to we'll go for like 2 more hours. 8-hour stream no. I'll do it tomorrow. I can't force it. I need to cook something. I need to cook dinner. I need to cook dinner as well. So yeah. We'll go on for 2 more hours, and then let him cook. Ha. Yeah, we'll go for 2 more hours at least, and then we'll continue tomorrow. Because I have tomorrow, there's no need to like force things in. So witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugene Mikotaba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial University. We need to cook. Ha. Ha. Thanks, Walter. And we got Maria. And Professor Mikotaba, the young lady beside you is... Mrs. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard practicing coroner, daughter of Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here, but she just appeared. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly while I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it is making me shudder. When into Dr. Scythe have come to light, the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Mikotaba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. Prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London 10 years ago. That's correct. That's right. I studied under Wilson at Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Wilson asked me to be primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have been could have given you the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it weren't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to happen. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was the result of the autopsy that mass murder was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then, you'll give your formal testimony now, witness. Before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony is on suspicion, I'll expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Alright, so then I don't think we have to present anything. I think we just press him for details. Autopsy of Clint. From my own observations, I wouldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy being fabricated. Death resulted from a wound by Western-style sword transfixing the heart that I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just beautiful. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the... Okay, which one? From the stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Okay, so what was it? No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Mikotaba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such. Must have swear to... Yeah, we need to ask Maria, what was it? Ah. Well, that clears up that clears things up nicely. Yeah, he's definitely evil now. Like, bruh, you got your evil laugh and everything. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claimed the inspector confessed to this before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of the sword at his throat, the man was clearly at wit's end. The court will give no credit to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about this investigating Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with that testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. No, we're not done yet. What was the evidence? If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them and ripped their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Clint, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. It's a Western sword. It's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised the cartel... Is it a superstition and speculation? Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense must pursue a conclusion to this cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present would agree. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Okay, so we have various avenues to, ask about. Autopsy of Clint Van Zeek's. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of autopsies being fabricated. Death resulted from a stab wound by a Western-style sword from the heart. There was no other sign of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. Beautiful but dangerous evidence removed from the man's stomach. Okay, what was it? What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring? Was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quarters of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check the presence of the ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger that were pulled off. Okay, it was pulled off his hand. They had arrested the man then and there, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. Thank you, Maria. What? There it is. It's a bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Mikotaba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, coroner isn't against us, yeah. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of this historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However, it came to be here. The court cannot deny that is crucial evidence. Very well, you may submit it. Asogi's ring. The claws look sharp enough to leave a nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They like claws protecting jewelry. There's nothing weird about it. These fat claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I think. Ow. My finger's bleeding. The claws are really sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Naruto, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. Not from Japan. I think maybe it was given to Genshin. It doesn't look Japanese. With some red bee paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on somehow. Okay, so maybe was there? No, wait. This would leave damage in the stomach. Oh, no other signs of injury. It was planted there. We must examine it very carefully, Naruto. Very carefully. Okay, we got it. No, we got it. Yeah, we checked it. It would have led. It says here already. It actually says here already. It says here already. Claws sharp enough to leave a scratch. So if it was in his stomach, he would have had other injuries. No other internal injury. Nothing questionable. But the ring is gonna be like mad rough.
Objection!
There we go. The court has heard the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you not, Mikotaba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Wilson had requested. Let me just check something real quick. I'm just checking something. Give me a moment, please. Let me check something. Just checking something in case I forget. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Cool. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny. Whatever this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible, that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it somehow was stolen from Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the stomach. Let me see the Asogi papers one more time. I hereby request all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to Asogi. I am to my faith in the Koran now. I'll never see my homeland again. I regret. I mean, maybe all my possessions. So maybe including the ring, maybe. Have it there in this victim's stomach.
Objection!
It's a position at best. What possible evidence do you have to support this rash claim? Evidence? Right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in the report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm sure you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. Your brother would swallow that, huh? Okay. He just go like just gulp it down. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure the evil killer was brought to justice. If he really had swallowed the enormous ring, it's conceivable that no traces of its passage down the throat would have remained as internal trauma. Ah, yeah, no. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the lab that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, would you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Wilson? What's that now, Mikotaba? Well, if he swallowed the ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage on the throat, esophagus, torn mucous memories at least. Dr. Mikotaba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. Okay, fine. Wilson's dead. Yeah. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries will be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Oh wait, Wilson's meh. Wilson, we don't like you. So I was right. Wilson deliberately fabricated the evidence to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. Argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was British leading authority on forensic science. Nothing important was lost. Good thing he wasn't Iris's father. Good thing. Good thing, you know his father. She's not. Let me see. Does Iris have a last name still? Oh, never mind. Yeah, I would have thought they removed it. Appeal to authority bias. Ha. Pardon your interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membrane of the throat is easily identified, even its living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gori, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. Yeah, Gori's gonna move to France now. Screw it. This place doesn't let me do bodies. I'm going to France now. Bye. We open up the dead to find the truth. Ah, you have what's it called again? Principles. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gori, looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Ah, that's good. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. Oh, right, when he was wearing the ring when he was defending Clint from an attack. We saw that. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. Oh, when he saved thing. Oh, he was alive. Oh, he had the ring on him. Right, he was wearing the ring, and Clint was already dead. Oh, right, but like Van Zieks was like lost in his hate. He knows the dark place that Kazuma's going down, or was going down. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, we're coming with us. Oh, there's the ring. Yeah, there's the ring. There's the ring. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, faces obscured by scarves. It's so obvious we didn't think of that. I think it's because, to be fair, it's like we didn't know the evidence. Like, we didn't know the evidence about the ring at all. And also, like, we didn't know what sword stabbed Clint. And, like, we didn't know it was a ring that was found inside Clint's body for the longest time. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. We were clueless, pretty much, yeah. We just didn't know. It was the ring finger on his left hand. He used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if I perhaps wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that those thugs were after that night? Oh! They would have...
Objection!
Oh... Kazuma's he's just so pissed. His dad just died. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? Kazuma, let go of the hate. Let go. Let go of it. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. Let go of the hate, Kazuma. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer. Have him arrest... Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke. You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured when your judgment is only slightly clouded. By the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. The fact, 25% is on 50-50. I guess to be fair, it's a light code, not a character, so they can be a bit lenient on their odds. They can be a bit more lenient on it. What a grandiose expression in your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it is extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during autopsy. If that were the case, why would Yasogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. The Yasogi papers. He knew that things were set up. He gave up. Patience is all you need. So I see. Good luck then, hopefully, if you get it. Hopefully. closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of the guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. But who saved... Wait. But then who saved his life then? Who tried to save his life? Oh, true, there's 2 weeks, yeah, so you have time. As he's a man who's accepting responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. He's gonna be released, yeah. Maybe. What was his conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi? Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can only mean one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Come on, how did we get out? We have the Asogi papers. But if that autopsy was above all board, there'll be nothing to stop Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Come on, what do you have, Kazuma? Thank you, Rinosuke. If it weren't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended permanently. Prematurely. Kazuma, what's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole. I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining silence. He's back, yeah. Silence that would lead him to be convicted and sent to death? If the autopsy results were invention, there's no contrivable reason why the man could have protested. Okay, face forward pose, it looks fabulous as hell. It looks super fabulous when it's like face forward pointing.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Got style. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with connection that also have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I'll just see you in a different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me. Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here in Naruhodo. We can only show that what was the reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why that man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Ah. Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? The Asogi papers.
Take that!
This. No. Not okay, you know. You could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why that answer was wrong. If Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I'd have predicted until I was blue in the face. If it were right by autopsy results, there must be some strong reason for his silence. Perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for someone's clemency. My lord, the defense would like to... Enough rhetoric. Okay, so why would he have not said anything? Because Lord Van Zeeks... Because of Lord Van Zeeks, maybe?
Take that!
No. It's something, I don't know, something to do with Japan, maybe. Japan and Britain. And like, why would he be alive? Well, what do we have here to show that? What would he have had? Dismissal notice. Aiding and abetting the... Oh, the escape, maybe. Maybe the escape. a jailbreak plot, maybe. Either the plot or nothing to do with Gregson now. There's nothing there. Evacuation? No. So then it has to be dismissal. The escape.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. Or on the contrary. Yeah, the escape. It led to his escape. An escape that only is possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Curious's elaborate plan could have been carried out by father alone. He could have really released that. Oh, I see. Yeah, the gunshot must have been like, just die, Genshin. Bam, bam, bam. Get killed. Well, only one shot, not multiple shots, but you get what I mean. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. Bang emote. Ha! I mean, there's a gun emote, I guess. We have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working at the prison in time. The note reads, there are indications that jailbreak was in planning prior to inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions that some sort of negotiation between Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given assurance that he would have broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept his silence. I would go further in that fact. I would say elaborate jailbreak can be explained in no other way. Order, order. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah. Governors Caden and the poor chief warder. I wouldn't allow this trial to turn into a farce. Summon the governor after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rat-pated at times, but I can assure you, he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Thank you, Sholmes. He knew. Sholmes knew. He got everything in place for us. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment? My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth about the disturbing findings. Sholmes carrying, pretty much. His outside the court work is helping us a ton. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. I guess that's why there's less investigation in this game. Sholmes carries us for some bit for it as well. Caden and Thing. 1 second as well, let me check something. Alright. Just checking something. With the new witnesses, state their names and occupations in the court, please. I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. He's doing his posing. Everyone calls me Gossip. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The, the reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh, the professor! We already been through this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happen. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call untoward. Nothing untoward, yeah. Ah, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, can imagine that passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Asogi out of a prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gads, hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Ah, aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of your country. A great responsibility to shoulder. Significance of your testimony cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you'll be held in contempt of court. Yes, my apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact. The intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly you were both involved in some way. Asu will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out. Alright, let's go. The jailbreak plot. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned a convict to the chief warder vigil here and put a plan in action behind the scenes. Okay, fine. It was ordered by who? Prosecutor's office. But Lord Strongheart was a prosecutor. I was looking for Asogi right up to the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't ken if there was some negotiation between the convent and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Okay, but Strongheart was a prosecutor. A directive from prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was a jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized the plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell ya. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Asogi and the office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, Counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I failed to see how these witnesses have any pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Winnable, yeah. Because Strongheart was a prosecutor, so obviously it came from the office. Cross-examination. Jailbreak plot. It was the day the Japanese jock was found guilty from the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive. Since the Japanese judge kept Gregson in his suitcase. Okay, yeah. So now we're indicting that we're trying to find the truth from 10 years ago. And that we're trying to get Lord Strongheart guilty of being the Reaper. We're accusing Strongheart of being the Reaper. And also, like, Strongheart was trying to end the case, was trying to end the court early when he got accused. But then Sholmes was like, okay, members, to like the people in the room, but Judiciary. Sholmes came in and was like, you guys want the truth, right? So, you shouldn't let the court end. And also like, he got everything prepared for us, the witnesses and everything. Yeah, Strongheart seems sus, let's say. Aye, that's right. All I could be sure of is that it was from the office official. If it was from the office, that narrows down to who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can't even say with certainty, but I did originate from the office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, it couldn't give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. What we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We got the job done. I assigned a convict to the Chief Warder Vigil here and put my plan in action behind the scenes.
Hold it!
So Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all. That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did you know about the plan? I'm not the first idea, laddie. My whole part was basically dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if it were some other folk in the prison service who'd be given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved. Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night that actually happened, the person at the reins was Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I know nothing of the plot.
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to the night? No, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor, the man who had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his ID, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hide hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being a chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach the cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Jeez. Gosh, Vigil, I can't apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. I won't change what's happened. Fair. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? I didn't ken if there was some negotiation between the convict in the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
Don't know. But you've already noticed the orders came from the office to arrange the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. Is there any explanation? Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't know about it. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much I do. I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve your guilt here. A man who was killed illegally, even if it wasn't a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, eh? Is it? Even the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. All I did was carry out my duties for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after escaping. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the Duke out of jail, nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Oh, what's up?
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? He's remembering something again. Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out my memories of the time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Asogi was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit crimes he didn't commit, the promise of Jared only kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, the intention was always to betray him. Why would you be needed for the chicaneries of an escape? Yeah, like, it wasn't... Yeah, why would you go through that? Just kill him anyway. Ah. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in the vast chamber of secrets. That is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. Nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiations behind the jailbreak between Asogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony. Gads. Aye, go on then. Alright, what is it? To me that the Japanese fella didn't they have nothing to bargain with? The Asogi papers.
Objection.
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredible risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop British from breaking their word and executing behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, the man could stake his life on a gentleman would not stake his life. No man would stake on a gentleman's agreement. Which means that Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Hovers. The fella couldn't possibly have anything like that. But you know they did, Governor. The Asogi papers. The name given to the lost will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah. It turns out that Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? Vigil was just pissed now. You can't touch me now. Ah. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A lost will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after convicts had been killed following the elaborate pretense of jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prisoner were to search for the belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that those so-called Asogi papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jinx, what the blaze are you raving about? The will was found, right and proper. The fellow's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, you peedy wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I know? You're a lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's another more inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Asogi describes the document as his only weapon he had left. And yet, the will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the Lost Will and Testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? Oh! As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That lost vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something on which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of things. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. That's a waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiation took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over these obvious facts? What'd you say? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. They're like the jury, pretty much. It will seem that the vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. The Asogi papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I sent him to Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, doing something with that will in the cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for the but not to avail. I only found out about Asogi papers when the directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in folds of the fellow's robes that was left in the cell, a kimono I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. You searched every inch of the man's cell. You looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you satisfied with calling me a liar at once, eh? You wee waffiger. Ha! Nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than that hold, you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Ah. Little and large, what a double act. I mean, he's fighting for himself now. We completed the Asogi will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland, the greatest notorious killer our country's ever seen. David and Goliath looking weird. Ha! And we were much obliged. I can confirm all of belongings will arrive safely. Aye, and you kinda deny the handwriting of your own man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking it's my father's brushwork. Really. And this last will and testament was the man's weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that the end was nigh. So, counsel for defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Asoki Papers. As the warder responsible for attending Asoki kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with his will.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the bampot you are, you didn't tell me. A blatant reason of trust, that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asoki to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected it to remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ah. It's curious, but there doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was found in a convict cell. Well, the defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison governor can expect to know to ken in the workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you could shed some light on the matter. I'm ready to offer an explanation here and now. I would like to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell was clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another mystery then. Well, the thing is about the will. We turned the cell inside out looking for it, but no avail. I only found out about the directive came in to impound them. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the office. What name was on it? I didn't ken before, and I didn't ken now. What I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will. Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender was us after. Okay, so not the will, it's a document then. Something that Asogi wrote down. The document was in the fold of the robe.
Hold it!
In Asogi's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during his few days before execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword! Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. I forget about being a soul of the clan. Could a man have been more obvious, had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Rinosuke. Respectful silence. Warders carry firearms at all times, and inmates have shackles on their ankles. Could they have hurt anyone with that thing? Still, he was allowed to have a sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote that will afore he came with us to Barclay, you see. Dr. Migotabo was asked to bring necessary Japanese writing instruments to office. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say...
Is that right?
The clothes look like jet black earthworms. Kai didn't... I mean, to be ready for anything. That's why you have a sword.
Excuse me.
They could have been fine against him. Are you feeling faint, Vigil? Mr. Vigil, sir. It was Scarlet, sir. Oh. Wait, wasn't there a Sherlock Holmes thing? Writings in Scarlet or something. I think. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining. Would you be helpful? Is it something about the testimony that we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly. Or possibly. Oh, his blood! He wrote it in blood! I need to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony. With this possible or not possible important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by dim light in the cell, I remember thinking it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness. Is that really what you saw? What? Sir? Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? You have something in red, don't you? I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Naruto? Strongheart too so busy shaking in that way. Ugh, didn't I have her? Didn't I have her? You can see right in here, and it's black as the Earl of Hellswell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Sogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That was what Asogi told me. We're still further down the matter. We won't question our possession. Nothing more to add. Pretty sure you're sick. Hopefully you'll be okay though. Hopefully you'll be okay. Like, hopefully you won't fall ill or something. The will written in the scarlet ink. What did Vigil really see Cosmos holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, you must present it. Okay, so something else then. Doesn't give much away. So this really was penned by Kazuma. What could it possibly have been meant by as a weapon? It's not to sound very much like Asogi actually has nothing. Breaking out jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only possible explanation. It's starting to sound like Asogi actually might have had something. Which is it, Naruto? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm breaking up understanding all this. Maybe he used Karuma to stab his finger. He used Karuma to stab his finger. Let me save just in case. Let me save. I think he used Karuma then to stab his finger. Had something. Ha! Ha! It must have been Karuma then. It must have been Karuma.
Objection!
No. Oh yeah. So what was written in Scarlet? Something in Scarlet. We don't have anything from Asogi much. Oh!
Objection!
No. He didn't have his ring on him. Okay, let's double check Karama maybe. Let's double check Karama. Let's double check it. Maybe there's like a hidden pen or something. There's no hidden function. There's nothing hidden in Karama. It's the tip of the blade, but nothing else. This is Gregson now, so that's nothing. So what do we have for... that's not it. Autopsy report, that's not it. Ah, I'm missing something. No, let's just double check we haven't pressed everything. No avail. Let's check the other statements you haven't pressed. So would that mean that you converse with Asogi? Yes, I certainly. There were precious little time before execution was due. He was remarkably calm, and considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to his crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in the mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of the drama. Sorry. Sorry. I remember it very well, yes. The night after... No, to no avail. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And then I reported back he couldn't find it. He grabbed me by the cravat and said, "It can't have disappeared completely in my face." Aye, well, it's due to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. Even the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Naruto. Point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. The blood-curdling article. Executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... the article based on Drebber's experience in Lowgate? Yes, that was it. The day after I read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. Then you evaded Genshin and escape, and resulted in immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really can't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. Okay, there's a last statement then. Let me save. There's nothing, so then, unless we just present the Asogi paper and just be like, it's not red.
Objection!
No. So what am I missing that's in red? That's written in red. Red-headed League? I don't think so. Red. Oh, scarlet ink stains on the little and ring finger of his right hand, but no document. Oh. Oh, right.
Objection.
The scarlet ink stains. I didn't think of that. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Heavens again. You don't say that. Oh, it's Clint's writing. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that bothered me since I first read it. Oh, Clint wrote it. It states that scarlet-colored ink were noted on the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. I would hazard a guess to say they don't all go around with red ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your will is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned it immediately. What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint was writing in that unusually coloured ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Oh, so he was killed mid-writing. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned the colour of ink the ink was ever found. So the document had disappeared. So you're suggesting that document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document Clint was writing moments before his death. Then it was Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed. Okay, I can only mean that, yes. Vigil. Sir, when you spotted Asogi, the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament? Is Clint's last will and testament. The conversation really did go as Vigil says, and what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will. But it wasn't that of Genshin. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No. What?
Objection!
Yes, this is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day in and night. And whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before his conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea he would have willingly accepted his own death is obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of the document. So that could be the will possibly have contained. What could have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning, it prompted the powers that be to enact the daring jailbreak. Yes, there can be no question it contained information of utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No, it can't be. Yeah, who the actual Baskerville killer is. I've had enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to. Having seen serves nothing. Having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The lost will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. As that all the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the content of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Come on, Zeeks, what do you have? A reason why Clint, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people of the judiciary would be willing to negotiate a jailbreak. The only explanation that fits the facts is an unthinkable truth that turns everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mrs. Zato. So hold your head high and keep shouldering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Clint left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the defeaters in the will was related to the Professor case. The defense loss statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Rinosuke. As soon as the words came out my mouth, there's no going back. I believe the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact a report, accusation. Obviously, it must have been accusation. Accusation. Yes, revealing the true identity of the Professor. Which would explain why Asogi took it, since he was the one implicated by the document.
Objection!
No. In that case, the will would have given Asogi any bargaining power at all. Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person.
Objection!
No. If that were the case, the two men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together. Then your whole argument falls down. Oh, whoops. Okay, it's not. Okay, so it must be a report then. A report. Ugh. Can I object to that penalty too? It's a report. The defense's explanation has no real substance. Come on, Rinosuke, I know you. You've seen the heart of this, haven't you? A reason why Clint would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate jailbreak. It's a report then. A report. But it's too hideous. Yeah, okay, it's a report. It's no confession, it's a report then. Let me save just in case we don't have to go through that. It's pretty long to like go through that. So let's go through. Let's save here and then we can do. It's a report then. It seems to me that it was probably some kind of report. Some kind of. Well, remember that Clint Van Zeeks was a well-bred and fastidious man. Knowing he probably wanted to tie up loose ends of all his outstanding business. My brother had no outstanding business. Clint had a full count written, isn't there? Okay, whoops. Okay, but it's a confession then. So what? That Clint? It turns out Clint was the professor. These episodes of there's more, pretty much like there's more. Pretty much like it's never so simple. You can do this, Naruhodo. So what? He's the professor. That Lord Clan actually penned that day was a confession. Confession regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the professor? That would mean... Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate that this must be hard to take in. But it's only an explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. That man believed to have been murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No. You can't be suggesting... It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. I guess makes sense because, like, the color for Clint was, like, thing. The color was, like, what's it called? Really fashionable. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zeeks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zeeks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. He was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. So the public ever found out, law and order in the country be, yeah. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Zeeks. I wonder though, did he never suspect Naruhodo? Lord Barak von Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order in court. Lord Van Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Ah, yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. Oh, B means for Balmung. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was an magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Ah, a jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and a colleague have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you... There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and a born ornament capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. Ah, okay, it is Baskerville. What? Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. Oh! The pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you described was Balmung's, the family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from his quarry, of course. But it could quickly have been from human prey. So it is true then. Clint Van Zeeks really was the professor. Impossible. These Japanese are making up to incinerate their own. The Baskerville dog, not yet, no. I actually haven't read any, like, Sherlock Holmes stuff. Like, I know Sherlock Holmes as, like, a popular pop figure, but, like, I haven't read anything from him. I haven't read anything of him. Like, I see him in, like, other stuff, but, like, I haven't read anything. I haven't even watched any of the Sherlock Holmes media, like, say, the movies, TV show. I haven't watched any of those either. I do want to play a Sherlock Holmes game one day, though. I have one I might play at some point. So, in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was the noble himself. and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. So look, best was our Russian Livanov series. I see. My father knew Van was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly. Ah, I see. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing justice was done. That though this unity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Alright. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor, and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals, it requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Oh, I see. Yeah, like because they're like royals, so they get away with it. That's why he's going after aristocracy. Clint, he literally was the Reaper. He literally was a Reaper. The 19th century was a purely miraculous 100 years for Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new tech, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat the darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somehow somewhat surprising, when the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin, turned up at my office one night. Professor? Yes, beyond no shadow of a doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of the country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. You have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need full support of the judiciary for this. We're as a member of the aristocracy. So, a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know what's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on tenuous accusations of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. But we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma Sama's father did. He made the late Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. So he did kill him, but like in a different motive. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it eased to grasp what happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have taken it. Nothing of that nature was found in the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. Or what? So then Clint must have like felt bad about it. So he wrote a confession and let Genshin kill him. I was the only one who knew the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret of the bitter end to the bitter end. So you're admitting it, that you were behind it all. It was you then who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done to protect the law and order of the British Empire, even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, while keeping the truth from him, naturally. Ah, so Gregson was like... He thought like desperate measures had to be done, but he didn't know it was fake. Obviously, he opposed me at the first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was the Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of clues evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of murder weapons to boot. We're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? When the detective handed the stolen ring to Wilson, who feigned his discovery of the victim's stomach during the autopsy, and in the light of that decisive evidence, Asogi was found guilty. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silence, accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised his underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Oh, I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your skill without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. I see. You scoundrel. Whatever you choose, wisely or not, it will be closed trial by order of Her Majesty. But so whatever rash claims you make in court, we'll have no doubt in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I don't have a weapon at my disposal. I couldn't reveal the truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost. Yeah. Not good.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. Really savage, pretty much. The master behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mayo Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak von Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there have been a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What the brazen... I knew that you'd played a part to perfection. But your role was using that of summoned body of the deaf. No, you were London's guardian angel. One sec. I'm back. Someone's about to kick through the door saying, alright, I recorded it. Naruto, we gotta get this to the telegram office station in the country. Ha! We'll see. Because, like, we have, like, one more use. He's implying that we'll need his help one more time again with this. So, we'll see. We'll see. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who have cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in the plan. Inspector Gregson, Wilson, my minions worked tirelessly to ensure the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. So thanks to them you were exalted, as the demigod the Reaper became. What's up? A lot. A lot. A lot. A lot. But yeah, now we got like the truth of like 10 years ago that the professor turned out, the real one, turned out to be Clint because he was getting desperate because he's like, he knows that some of the aristocracy were shady, so he realized that he can't do everything in court. He has to kill them. But then with his dog. But then what's it called? Genshin found out, and then he got a confession from him, and then Genshin did kill Clint. Yeah. And like the reason why he was able to be faking his death was because he had the truth on him that Clint was the professor. And if word got out, it would destroy the legal system because it's like a top prosecutor, top aristocracy killing their own. It's complex, yeah. It's complex. It gets a bit it gets pretty, yeah. But Wilson left Britain for years ago. BRB without her falls asleep. Ha! It's like the tracking goes funny when I stand up or if I like go away from the camera. The tracking goes funny. He was invited to work in Japan. That's right. I had to employ the service of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Rear coat indoors. Dr. Scythe. So what with that execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? I've essentially safeguarded law and order in our capital for the past decades. That is everything. That is everything. Feels a bit too soon. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of the law and order across the entire capital empire. Lord Strongheart did it? An unthinkable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotting in the court anyway. It was all in the aid of keeping London safe. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial couldn't go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you will appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. No, bury the truth. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your old brother. Yeah, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. Wait until tomorrow to pull more from the banner. Oh yeah, true, right. Free tickets at 5 AM. I see. I forgot. How come? I forgot how. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. My brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor's killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. The Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support the idea? Oh, I see. The event from when... Oh, that one. I still need to do it. The treasure hunting one. Or is that something else? I haven't done it yet. I need to do that soon. Third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. Oh, something else. Okay. Trained him as a prosecutor. Okay. Not Trotter one. Sorry, Trotter. I think it's the same one. Okay, so yeah, so why would he kill him? No matter what the circumstances, something my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Ah, I see. Oh, that one. Oh, that one. Oh, right, I forgot. You started 2 weeks ago. That's why. Right. She didn't get all of them, I think. I guess that's why. Right. Yet. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin will still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But why? There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begotten ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man. The wretched 3-page? Wait, 3 pages. We have 2 pages. We have 3. Wait, what? We have 2 pages. No, we have. You're wrong. We have. You're missing a page. Later today, I'll present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Okay.
Objection.
No. Yeah, he's missing something. There's something off. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today, we must stop at nothing to uncover the truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out, but we can draw no further conclusions here. So what on earth is a contradiction? One of them definitely said something. It's time to identify who. Strongheart. It was Strongheart. I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Reno, skate. Think over his words. Find a problem. Neither Clint Van... Yeah, we know. We cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence. Yeah, I know. We got it. It's literally said 3 pieces. He slipped. 3-page will. We only have 2 pages, so where's the 3rd page? Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Renosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you're making, counsel. Very proof fatal. What piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that!
This here is the will and testament left behind by Asogi. The 2-page will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page lost will. Ah. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. Remember the black Wirram-like scrolls this day? And I'm quite certain, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. What? What? Only the first 2 pages were actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purpose, we require only his will. And we wouldn't they have wanted any helpful words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? Damn, his last words is to Kazuma. Freudian slip. Pretty much. It was decided the 3rd page wouldn't oughtn't be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. Thanks, Caden. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of the proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. To know what it says now. So I just think it can give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitable maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well, then. Governor Caden, you will read the 3rd page for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Worm language. This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Mr. Dr. Mikataba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Let's read. Is it going to be voiced? Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, O thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father. What is Karuma? The name of Asogi clan's famous sword. Twist thy head. Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence in the proceedings, yeah. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Gregson. There's a 3rd page to it. So do I twist thy head as in twist Karuma's head? I need to try my patience as a judgment of this court is long overdue. As a presiding judge, I've been as willing as possible to the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. Twist thy head. Can we do it now? Twist thy head. 1 minute. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, O thy mortal foes. Proper way to use the sword, is it? I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Naruto? If I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, I only once studied it. Remember cut out not long ago, and I'm sure you're probably aware the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. Written as head in Japanese, but pronounced as kashira. Ah, I believe. Kashira. So Sogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Ah, look what's inside. Is it a tiny piece sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink. Oh, he kept the confession inside. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Naruhodo, the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeeks. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night. For 10 years it's been silently concealed inside Kalama, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi. We can't look at it? Oh, it's gonna be this. It's the suspense. It's the suspense of like, what does it mean? Ah, all right. We have to present this, but I think I want to leave. I want to leave some for tomorrow. So let's see this dialogue and then see where he presents something. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeek's tragedy lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you? I refuse to believe that my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that penned in his file must be lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard your statement time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction of crime in the capital as seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However, you dress it up. There was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it you're hiding? Dr. Mikotaba, were you not to quietly withdraw the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more to evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from this proceedings to be struck from the record. Damn. I think we'll leave it around here. I'll wait for the moment he says, give me your best shot. But we'll leave it after that. Let's see. So we have something for tomorrow. If it's really like only like 2 hours left of the trial, or like an hour, I'll go through the bonus content as well, because may as well. My last chance. It might be a short stream tomorrow, in all honesty. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Alright, yeah, we'll leave it here for now. We'll leave it on this cliffhanger. We don't know what exactly Clint's letter says, but there's going to be something spicy in there. We'll leave it for now. It might be short tomorrow, honestly. Like, there's going to be the credit scene as well, but we'll leave it for now. I got to do something as well, so yeah. We'll leave it on this cliffhanger, and then we'll pick it up again tomorrow. It should have been like maybe like an hour or two left, hour and a half, or even less, honestly. But like, yeah, we got this decisive evidence now. I'll be waiting. Yeah, so will I. I want to see, but like, I need. Otherwise, tomorrow is like there's nothing left, and I gotta do something anyway. So yeah, look forward to it tomorrow. yeah, catch you tomorrow if you want to watch for the grand finale. That's for sure. Catch you then. Bye bye for now. See ya.